never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Well, I do believe that means it's go time. As in showtime. Close out the weekend. There's another in the books. Hey, we're into the month of May. Coming out of the first weekend for the month of May. And we're working to our first full week of May as we're turning the page on the calendar, May the 3rd. For 2021. And we start things off tonight with a very active weather situation. I've been monitoring in preparations for the show. Going back a little over an hour ago, there was actually what they called a tornado emergency for Tupelo, Mississippi, northeastern Mississippi. Yeah, this thing supposedly passed right through Tupelo. Well, a tornado emergency is when you have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Now, that was what was described as a confirmed, large, destructive tornado. Again, that's going back about an hour ago. And the entire duration of the past hour until as we speak, at this point in time, just past the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, yes, still each county after county has been issued pretty much the same. And the latest is for, again, this is now north and east of Tupelo. But according to the National Weather Service office out of Memphis, Tennessee, a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado was located over Sandy Springs, about 12 miles north of Fulton, continuing to push off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So there's still 3 counties, again, under a tornado warning for a confirmed, large, extremely dangerous. In other words, this thing's been marking a path on the ground. if it's moving at 30 miles per hour, it's at least a 30-mile path of destruction, which has been left behind, as I said, over just the past hour. It's like one lone supercell there in northeastern Mississippi. Now, you get on up further to the north, you've got scattered showers and thunderstorms right through the heart of Tennessee, just from east of Jackson, Tennessee, not over into the Nashville area just yet, but you'll see some showers and thunderstorms pushing through that region. We've got spotty showers and more light to moderate rain stretching through much of the Ohio Valley, from central and southern Indiana through much of Kentucky, south central and southeastern portions of Ohio. It's kind of misty outside the hotshot secret bunker at this hour. But it's the tail end of that system there in northeastern Mississippi where this storm is wreaking havoc. So I'll try to keep an eye on things there and give you the very latest as we progress, make our way into the early hours of a Monday. It looks like they just updated here. See what they've got. Let's see. Now, it's no longer being described as a confirmed tornado, but tornado warning remains in effect for Itawamba and southern Tishomingo counties, now being described as a Doppler-indicated tornado, but continuing to push northeast at 30 miles per hour. Now, I've got a much larger system that's bringing some hefty thunderstorms into central portions of the country. Kansas, I'm looking at severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from south central Nebraska, pretty much almost the entire state of Kansas, from north to south. Every county that's being passed through with this line of thunderstorms, producing strong winds, torrential rains, hail, lots of lightning. From there, some of these thunderstorms extend all the way up through east central Nebraska into west central portions of Iowa, then on up into northeastern Iowa. That's the storm system that we're going to be keeping a close eye on through the day today. All right, with a look at our travelers' weather following flooding rains across much of Texas late last week and into the first part of the weekend. This storm's going to continue to crawl northeastward. Drenching rain and severe thunderstorms, the threat will exist across the southern U.S. to ring in the first week of May. Now, the flooding downpours have ceased across much of Texas, but some locations north of Houston into the northern suburbs of Corpus Christi, Texas, picked up over 8 inches of rainfall since Thursday morning. Prior to the abundant rainfall, they were contending with moderate to exceptional drought conditions across much of the state. All right, as this slow-moving storm crawls northeast, the heavy rain's going to continue to expand, along with that threat for severe weather, into the central Gulf Coast states. And that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Heavy rain anticipated to be centered over Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, on into southern Missouri. We could see downpours bringing 1 to 3 inches of rain to these areas. They've actually seen above normal rainfall through the month of April. Jackson, Mississippi reported nearly 8 inches of rain during the month of April. Further south, New Orleans reporting over a foot of rain over the month of April. Normally they'd see just shy of maybe 5 inches there. That rainfall amount in New Orleans is like 271% above normal. Now, even though the rain may not be as intense compared to what we saw in southeastern Texas, especially on Saturday, much of the Gulf Coast states are not in drought and may only be able to handle a moderate amount of rain before you start to see some flooding issues there. Flash flooding can be dangerous for motorists. Experts urge never attempt to drive across a flooded roadway. Yes, turn around, don't round. Severe weather will be imminent as the storm swings northeastward. Moisture surging in from the Gulf of Mexico, across Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas. Thunderstorms can bring hail, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Now, here going back just a few hours ago, Sunday evening, a tornado was reported in Madison County, Louisiana, as it crossed Highway 65 there. By about 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central, more tornado reports in Yazoo and Holmes counties in Mississippi began to roll in. And as we speak, again, northeastern Mississippi with these strong thunderstorms. Along with the warm conditions, a series of storms is going to be tracking across the nation as we progress on through the day today. We'll be talking rounds of wet weather, eventually to the east, and another round of flooding rain and more, maybe severe weather for the southern plains and the Gulf Coast states between now and Tuesday. One of these storms is going to swirl over the Great Lakes region later today. Meanwhile, another storm is ejecting out of the Rockies into the southern plains. By later on Monday into Monday night, severe weather again is going to be set up from eastern Oklahoma into southern Missouri, extending into the lower Ohio River Valley. As that warm, moist air surges northward out of the Gulf of Mexico, these severe storms are expected to bring large hail, intense lightning, flooding, flash flooding, and dangerous wind gusts. We could be talking winds up to 80 miles per hour. Conditions could be just right in some locations later today and through Monday night in the Central Plains, making it possible for an isolated tornado or two. Cities like Little Rock, Arkansas, St. Louis over to Louisville, Kentucky, anticipated to be in that zone. Looks like the unsettled pattern persists on into Tuesday across much of the eastern U.S., with the risk of severe weather expected to shift eastward. The primary threat for damaging thunderstorms extending from the Gulf Coast all the way up into the central Appalachians. We've got this surge of very humid air expanding northward through the Gulf states, colliding with this slow-moving storm along a front from eastern Texas to the Ohio Valley. And the result would be an outbreak of thunderstorms that will probably linger well into Tuesday night. Storms may turn severe, especially during the afternoon and evening hours, with hail, flooding downpours, straight-line winds up to 75 miles per hour. There will be some pockets of flash flooding as well, especially in the low line and the poor drainage areas. Looks like wet weather could continue along the Gulf Coast, even as we head toward the middle of the week. There's a cold front that's going to extend from the storm moving through the northeast that could keep some showers and thunderstorms around in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Once again, the flood threat will continue across the region, especially where those heavy downpours set up. Looks like finally some dry conditions may return to the south at the end of the week. High pressure is expected to move into the region. That'll bring down your humidity levels and drop your daytime high temperatures, but definitely a very feisty start to the week here in parts of the southeast. And I just did one more quick reset, and okay, so that's the same tornado warning there in northeastern Mississippi. So we'll keep an eye on that region. It looks like the intensity of that storm has been decreasing over the past 20, 30 minutes. But, all right, we'll just have to kind of wait till the sun comes up for folks to get out there and get a look. As I said, for a lengthy period of time, it was a confirmed, large, devastating tornado. When you have the tornado emergency, especially for a city like Tupelo, a very populous area, we may see a lot of destruction, again, once the sun comes up. Meanwhile, we'll look at a big cool down coming our way across portions of the Midwest and the Northeast. As we get toward the middle and latter portions of this week, we may actually be scratching our heads wondering, hey, we're into May now. What we do, go back to the 1st of April or late March? Many areas that have been looking at near record high temperatures. We've seen some upper 80s and lower 90s. Conditions are going to cool down as we get into the first full week of May here as this fast-moving storm moves through the Midwest as we're speaking tonight. And on through the day Monday, conditions begin to cool down. We'll be watching for a dip in the jet stream pattern, coupled with some of the recent rainfall. And that's going to result in temperatures plummeting to more like mid-April standards. Cities from Fargo, North Dakota to Minneapolis, even into Rapid City, South Dakota, and Omaha, maybe looking at temperatures 10 to 15 degrees below normal for this time of year. Now, your normal early May temperatures in these areas would be in the middle 60s. We're actually going to be talking about temperatures dropping below the freezing mark during the overnight hours on Tuesday. So the risk of frost, especially in the normally colder spots, there's a glimmer of hope for the plant enthusiast that will keep the frost and freeze that at bay across the Midwest Tuesday night, because the skies are supposed to be cloudy overnight, and that'll kind of be a blanket in the atmosphere. So that should keep the frost and freezes isolated to the normally colder spots across the area. So as the storm moves across the Great Lakes region, temperatures ahead of it surging in the Northeast today and Tuesday. But at the same time, that lift in the jet stream pattern brings temperatures up to 15 degrees above normal in cities like Erie, PA, Detroit, Columbus, Ohio today, Syracuse, New York, even Washington, D.C., set to reach the mid-70s to as much as the upper 80s on Tuesday. But don't get used to it. It's not going to last long, as in the Northeast, your temperatures are going to plummet back into the 50s and 60s by Wednesday as that cold front moves through the region. So it's been that typical roller coaster ride as far as temperatures are concerned. Springtime, pretty typical. All right, there you go. Underway here on a Monday morning. Hope you had a great week. Of course, don't forget, this is the third day of May, and starting tomorrow, or should we say it like the midnight hour, Monday night into Tuesday morning, it's road check time, the international 72-hour international road check, 4th, 5th, and 6th of May. And we'll dig a bit more into that coming up a bit later in the program. But we start things off here on a Monday with our weekly friend, Joel Morrow, joining us from up in Northeast Ohio. Findlay, Ohio, I believe it is. Is that correct, Joel?
We're up by Sandusky, right up by the lake.
That's right. All right. So, well, welcome back. Another week has passed us by. Hard to imagine, Joel. How was your work week last week and your weekend?
Yeah, good work week, good weekend. Going to be heading right into work as soon as we finish up the show and do some local deliveries first thing in the morning and hopefully get home fairly early.
All right. Yeah, I know we're going to be in that zone. I think you're a little bit too far north and east, but come like later Monday and early hours of Tuesday, we're supposed to be in that zone where we could see some of those feisty thunderstorms, maybe some severe weather. We've been kind of blessed so far this spring. Haven't had a lot of severe weather in this area, but Mother Nature likes to catch up.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of cold, but it was really nice today, and I think tomorrow's going to be all right, too, up in our area, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed we don't see any of the nasty weather.
We actually had both of the grandkids had ball games Saturday, and they were at the same time, but two totally different locations. So we had to pick. We chose little Avery. We went to it was his first ball game of the season, so we went to his game, and it was a beautiful sunny day, and we got sunburned. Actually got a sunburn out there this past Saturday afternoon.
Hey, it beat shoveling snow. That's all I can say.
You know what? I'll agree with that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the cold weather. Well, what's on the topic, the docket this week? Direct drive or overdrive? 6x2 or 6x4?
Yeah, we're going to talk transmissions and axle configurations this morning, and hopefully it's interesting and some people learn some things.
Well, that's what we try to do. Try to educate folks. I learn something every week from you, Joel. All right, so let's start right there. Give us a little insight on it's. I guess it's been like the age-old debate, right? What transmission and axle configuration is best?
Yeah, and there's really no simple answer to this question. Hopefully, I'm going to break this down and give the advantages of each transmission type, overdrive or direct drive, and each axle configuration type, a 6x2 or 6x4, so folks can kind of understand when they're out shopping for a truck, whether it's new or used, what they should be looking for and how to apply it to their specific duty cycle or application.
Okay.
So, we can start with that long running debate over which transmission type is best, overdrive or direct drive. I think that's the place to start.
All righty then. Well, is your answer going to cover both like the traditional manual transmission and today's automated manual transmission? And will this also apply to a true fully automatic transmission with a torque converter?
Yeah, this is going to apply to just your standard manual and an automated manual. When we get into the torque converter type transmissions, the true automatics, that's something that would have to cover in a separate segment. And really, that type of transmission makes up a very small percentage of transmissions in the on-highway Class 8 vehicle market, mostly due to weight and cost, and there's some efficiency losses when you're pumping oil through a torque converter. So, for this discussion, we're just going to throw that transmission right out the window and just focus on the automated manual and traditional manual.
Okay, well, I know that direct drive and overdrive transmissions have been kind of existing side by side for some time now. I guess there's a lot of confusion as to which would actually give you the greatest operational value.
That's true. Both overdrive and direct drive transmissions have been around for ages. I've run both types of transmissions very successfully in fleet operations. And that being said, the transmissions are used for very different duty cycles. Direct drive transmissions are targeted towards flatter land, moderate speed, moderate weight. A lot of times, they're spec'd for dedicated duty cycles. Overdrive transmissions, they help us more in the hills with heavier weights and higher speeds.
Well, isn't it true that direct drive transmissions are more efficient, I guess would be the word, than overdrive transmissions?
Yeah, it all depends on the duty cycle or application. In general terms, operating in a predominantly flat highway with known payloads and known trailing equipment. For example, if you're married to a trailer or you have identical trailers hooked to your equipment every night with the same aerodynamics, that direct drive is a really, really good choice and can produce some phenomenal efficiency results. For the majority of owner-operators, that's just not the case. And the same thing with small fleets. Dedicated runs at moderate speeds are just not typical or even really common. Throw in some hills, some higher average speed, maybe get off-road just a little bit, and overdrive becomes a much better fit than direct drive, despite the efficiency advantage that direct drive may hold. And it's a small efficiency advantage nowadays. It used to be, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 3%. Some people would say 4%. You're looking at about a 1% to 2% advantage nowadays.
Over the past several years, I've noticed that some of the manufacturers out there are really pushing the direct drive concept. Why would that be?
Well, today we see a huge influx of European technology into the American marketplace, with Volvo and Freightliner and now, Navistar's getting into the game. So we see a lot of these ideas coming over from Europe. And the problem that I think we're bumping up against is Europe has a very different duty cycle than what we have over here. Speed limits are much lower. They have lower average speeds with more urban and metropolitan type driving. And that favors direct drive transmissions. Most operations over here need that flexibility of overdrive for times when the benefit of productivity outweighs fuel efficiency. In Europe, they have much higher fuel prices that are a little bit more stable than what we see. So, they always have to lean very hard towards efficiency to stay profitable, where here we oftentimes see, relatively low fuel prices and high freight rates. And of course that can flip around, but we do see it. And when we see that market condition, we need the flexibility to take advantage of it. And I think some of the OEMs that are really pushing overdrive are kind of missing the mark, in that regard. They're just not seeing the big picture, and they're kind of trapping people into this very narrow operating range, which it's never good for business. And it's something that I see happening, and sometimes I just shake my head and I'm wondering exactly why they're doing that.
So can you break it down? What would an owner operator need to know as far as like making the best choice for their particular situation?
Yeah, so this is a great question, and there's 10 points of consideration, I think, when you're looking at transmissions and trying to decide which way to go. And I'll start out with what you need to consider if you're thinking about direct drive. So like we talked about, it's dedicated runs on flatter terrain. If you're a good example here would be Northwest Ohio, very flat out here. Maybe it's originating from my area up by Sandusky and running to Findlay and Lima and Columbus, and just staying. It's very flat. It's very conducive to a direct drive transmission. You want to make sure that the speeds that you're going to be running are moderate, and that you're not going to be seeing any real high speed application. Direct drive is only efficient in a very narrow speed range. Even when we get some faster ratios, you're never going to be able to run as efficiently as overdrive once we get over 65 mile an hour typically. And then you want an operation that's running moderate and even lighter loads is where direct drive really tends to shine. And so that is the ideal situation for direct drive setups. Direct drive transmissions generally have even steps between the gears, but they have a lower overall ratio coverage. That just means we have less flexibility. The guys that are used to an 18 speed or a 13 speed, where they can split gears and split them in half to kind of keep you in a more efficient range or to give you a little bit more pulling power, you're typically not going to see that with a direct drive transmission. If we have lighter loads, you don't need to split the gears. So you really got to pay attention to your duty cycle and your weights and your speed to make a direct drive transmission really, really work well for you. Direct drive transmissions will offer lower oil sump temperature on flat ground or, minor rolling grades. Again, I'll use the Northwest Ohio example, very flat. We have some minor rolling hills out this way, but nothing major. So direct drive does very well, and it'll keep the oil in the transmission cool, which, increases the durability of the transmission and helps with the efficiency.
So maybe when should an overdrive transmission be considered?
Well, as we transition into a more irregular duty cycle with the higher speeds, higher weights, and bigger grades, overdrive transmissions will give us that lower oil sump temperature when running in mountainous terrains versus a direct drive transmission. Overdrive transmissions allow for higher horsepower engines. When you have a direct drive and you put a lot of horsepower to it, you've really got to have a stout drive line and axles behind it, because it's transmitting that torque directly through the transmission. It's not going down through the counter shaft of the transmission, which kind of creates a little buffer zone, so to speak. It gives you a little flexibility in regards to that that big amount of torque coming through that transmission getting transmitted down the drive line when you drop it down through a counter shaft in an overdrive. Overdrive transmissions allow for greater downspeeding, and we talk about downspeeding all the time, and overdrive allows for us to really get extreme on our downspeeding, and that helps us to manage piston speed and improves the thermal dynamics of the engine. And this is something that we've just really started to figure out over the last 4 or 5 years, the whole downspeeding concept. We never really connected it with improved thermal dynamics or piston speed in the past. So a lot of times we thought it was a slam dunk to run a direct drive transmission to pick up efficiency. Now that we know more about managing piston speed and how that helps to improve the thermal dynamics of the engine, direct drive's no longer that slam dunk that we thought it was a few years back. Overdrive transmissions offer higher overall ratios for potentially better startability and gradability. And this is something that owner-operators really need to pay attention to. A lot of times, we're running off the load board, or, we're into a reefer for part of the year, and then maybe we're into a drop deck or maybe a van trailer. So our duty cycles really tend to vary a lot throughout the year, where some of the big fleets, they're just going to run a dry van and that's all they're going to run. Some of them are just running, from terminal to terminal, which makes things a lot easier. So we need that flexibility in order to do a lot of different things. When the opportunity comes up, we want to have a truck that's flexible enough to be able to take a job that may be, kind of outside our normal duty cycle. So the overdrive transmission is great for the guys that, they like to look around at different opportunities. Overdrive transmissions increase driveline durability and help to reduce vibration. Again, it's the flow of the power through the transmission. Direct drive goes directly through the transmission, where overdrive drops down through a counter shaft. And when we drop through that counter shaft, those gears in there kind of give us that little bit of, I don't know what the word I want to use, like flexibility inside the transmission, that it absorbs some of that vibration and shock and dampens it. I guess that's the best word for it. The counter shaft will dampen some of the vibration harshness. So it is a little bit smoother typically going through an overdrive transmission. Overdrive transmissions can allow us to run a smaller drive line, which may save some weight and some cost. And overdrive transmissions, and this is the big one, they typically command significantly more money at trade time. And that's something that a lot of owner-operators really understand. They see it in the marketplace. Here's a truck with a 13-speed overdrive or a 10-speed direct drive. That overdrive truck's going to bring significantly more money when it comes time to resell it.
Very good. Well, we've got to get a news break in here real quick. Like when we come back, let's maybe talk some drive axle configurations, what's best and things of that nature. We'll get into that just ahead. And as always, as Joel spends a bit of time with us here on Monday mornings, our number is 844-844-3388. News break time. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
At least 3 people are dead after a boat capsized Sunday off the coast of San Diego. Officials say the vessel hit a reef offshore and broke apart in bad weather. Rescuers say up to 30 people were aboard the boat and nearly 24 were hospitalized. Jeff Stevenson of U.S. Customs and Border Protection says they believe the boat was being used in human trafficking.
Every indication from our perspective is that this was a smuggling vessel used to smuggle migrants into the United States legally. We haven't confirmed the nationality of the people involved, but our agents are with many of them at the hospital. And the man who we believe was the operator, agents are with them, and the suspected smuggler, but the investigation is still unfolding.
And the State Department is denying reports of a prisoner swap with Iran. Iranian state TV announced Sunday that a deal had been reached for the release of 4 Americans in exchange for billions of dollars. This is USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. right, got us a Monday morning underway. Off and rolling into the month of May here. Yeah, summertime will be here before you know it, right? That's what we're all anxiously anticipating. Joel Morrow joins us here on a Monday morning. And I neglected to properly introduce you once again. If we've got some first-time listeners again, tell them you've been driving truck for 30 plus years. Is that correct? And
yeah, 30 years. I have about 4.5 million miles out over the road. I'm the vice president of equipment procurement at Ploger Transportation, and I have my own consulting company, Alpha Drivers Testing and Consulting. Looking to get out and help some people, maybe spec some trucks and stuff. Right now, my consulting business is mainly dealing with engineers at the OEM level, but I'm looking to expand that, to help the owner operator and the small fleet owner, spec new trucks and maybe even help them find a used truck with specs that really meet their duty cycle or their unique operating profile. And, just trying to get out here and help some people out.
All right. So, and tonight we're talking transmissions, and let's move over to maybe like drive axle configuration. What's best and why would it be in regards to the traditional 6x4 axle arrangement and the various 6x2 configurations that are available? You start off maybe with the traditional 6x4.
Sure. 6x4 drive axles are by far the most common axle arrangement for Class 8 vehicles in North America today. As such, most guys are very familiar with your typical 6x4 tandem. And when we say 6x4, what we're talking about is we have 6 wheel ends on the truck. We have 2 wheel ends on the steer axle, and then we have 4 wheel ends on the tandem, regardless of how many tires, whether you're running duals or super singles. We're just talking about the wheel end. So in a 6x4, we have 6 total wheel ends and 4 are powered. And this has been the gold standard in North America since probably the mid 1950s, I guess. Mm-hmm. And most guys are real familiar when they see that. They pretty much know what they're looking at. Today we're on air ride suspensions for the most part, controlled by one leveling valve. Some OEMs offer the option for a front and rear leveling valve, which helps the truck ride a little bit better, gives you a little bit better conformity to uneven surfaces for a little bit better traction. But basically it's the two both positions on that tandem are powered, and it's something that's worked pretty well here in North America.
So maybe what would be some of the options that our listeners might want to consider when they're speccing a 6x4 drive axle?
So you want to make sure, first off, that you have the weight capacity that matches your duty cycle. And typically on the highway, we see a 34,000 pound, a 40,000, and a 44,000 pound tandem. Now, tandems can go all the way up. I think they go to 65,000 pounds when you start to get into some off-road stuff and some heavier haul application. But, for what we're talking about here, the majority of us are going to be picking between 34, 40, and 44,000 pound tandems. One thing we really want to pay attention to is the axle housing thickness, and we have options here. A lot of times a dealer will spec a 9.5 millimeter housing, which saves some money and it saves some weight, but we get some what we call axle flex with a 9.5 millimeter housing out at the wheel ends. The axle tends to flex and it creates some issues with tire wear. We also have an 11 millimeter and a 12.7 millimeter thickness available for any one of these tandem weight ratings. You can actually specify the wall thickness on there. We spec 11 millimeter axle walls on all of our 6x4s, just so we don't get into that axle flex situation that's hard on tires. And it really shows up on wide base singles, I think, a little bit more than duals. It shows up on both, but wide base singles are particularly sensitive to the axle flex. So the 11 millimeter axle housing, that is a great kind of do-all choice that performs well for the overwhelming majority of on-highway situations. And if you're going to get off-road from time to time, or maybe you're going to be hauling something that's a little bit heavier, you're into states that have the higher gross combination vehicle weight allowances, you really want to start thinking about the 12.7 millimeter axle wall housing. Really, really stout. It's going to perform well for a whole lot of years. You're not going to see any cracking in the housing. You have less distortion in the housing, and that helps you maintain the integrity of all the seals in the housing. So that 12.7 is, good for the guys that are over 80,000 pounds the majority of the time. Another thing you may want to think about are the inner axle locks. All these 6x4 tandems have a power divider, and then we can also lock the axle side to side. Some manufacturers like Dana Spicer, they offer the locks on both the axles. I think Meritor only offers on one of the axles. It's kind of nice to have. It doesn't really hurt the efficiency at all, especially guys that see a lot of snow and they're on grade a lot. In snowy conditions, the axle locks are a nice thing to have. If you're going to get off-road at all, the axle locks are a must. So those are some of the things that you really want to think about. Also, we can throw in there in terms of the 6x4 suspension. We talked briefly about the front and rear leveling valves. That's an option at a lot of places. It just helps you to conform to uneven terrain a little bit better, get a little bit better traction. It also rides just a little bit better, a little bit better tire wear, I think also. Some guys don't like it just simply because it's another maintenance point, having that extra leveling valve. I really like the trucks that have it on there. So it's kind of up to you whether you want to reduce the maintenance or pick up slightly better ride quality. So those are the things. Another thing that we might think about is a ping tank that we can add afterwards, which is simply an air kind of a reservoir that kind of tricks your airbag into thinking it's bigger than what it really is, and that can significantly improve ride on some of the stiffer suspensions. And one of those that comes to mind is the Kenworth 8-bag air ride. It's got kind of shorter airbags in it, and it's kind of rough, and ping tanks help to soften up that particular suspension. And there's a few other suspensions that, even though they're air ride, that the bags aren't as tall as probably what they should have been, and so things like a ping tank can really help soften up the ride on the 6x4.
Huh. So how many axle manufacturer choices do we typically have available out there today? And maybe what would the differences be?
So we have 4 majors, and I refer to the big 3, which are Dana Spicer, Meritor, and Detroit. Detroit is a proprietary axle that you find on the Freightliners and the Western Stars. Mack also builds an axle. It's only available on the Mack. They're relatively heavy. They're relatively expensive. We don't see a whole lot of them in on-highway applications. They do work well, but they're pricey, and they are a little bit heavier than the other brands. It's kind of a funky top-loaded design, and it keeps drive shafts way up high in the frame. So, Mack is known as a vocational where they go off-road, so that drive shaft being way up in the air is kind of an advantage. We're not getting down, in the mud or getting hit, and it's a very straight drive shaft coming out of the transmission, and it helps to reduce vibration, and there are some advantages to it, but it's pretty pricey and pretty heavy for an on-highway application. So I typically talk about the Dana Spicer, the Meritor, and the Detroit. The Dana Spicer and the Meritor are available across all truck brands. I think they're available on everything that's produced here for sale in the United States. Where, like I said, the Detroit is proprietary and it's available only on the Freightliner and Western Star brands. All three of the big three basically have the same, that same base design. When you look at them, they look very, very similar. And each manufacturer has their own unique technologies they have applied to these axles to improve the efficiency. All three of them make very efficient axles. Some have advantages in how they manage the lubricant inside the axle. A lot of times, the advantage of an axle comes down to the maintenance requirement. How much oil does it require and how often do you have to replace the oil? Axles are very good today. Very few problems with leaking, very high efficiency. Everybody across the board makes a really decent axle nowadays. So, that's something that you just kind of look at and you say, okay, well, the Meritor, we have to change the oil every 400,000 miles, and it takes, 5.5 gallons, and maybe the Dana, you change it every 450,000 miles and it only takes 3 gallons. And, that's how you kind of look at that and put it into your calculation on what that axle is going to cost to maintain.
All right. So how about, give me the lowdown on the 6x2 configuration. If I understand correctly, there's both pusher and tag axle 6x2s, and some even have liftable axles.
Yeah, this is an area that I have spent a lot of time working with OEM engineering staffs in specifically Volvo. I've done a lot of work helping to develop the 6x2 adaptive loading axle. So this is kind of my strong point. I'm going to guess that I probably have more time on 6x2 configured trucks probably than any other active driver in the United States right now. The majority of the miles that I've driven have come on 6x2 configured trucks. So I've got a lot of experience, and this is one of the areas I really like to dig into. So 6x2 axle configurations are available as a pusher configuration, meaning that the powered axle is at the rear of the tandem position and the dead axle or non-powered axle is in the front of the tandem position. And oftentimes this is a liftable axle. So now remember, when we said 6x4, we have 6 wheel ends, 4 are powered. With a 6x2, we have 6 wheel ends. Only 2 of the wheel ends are potentially powered. So the tandem position, like I said, it's often, or the front tandem position is often liftable on a pusher configuration. So the very back axle is the powered, and then the front axle, it's dead and it's liftable. On a tag, which is what we see the most of in the United States, a tag axle has the powered axle in the front tandem position with the dead axle in the rear tandem position. And typically the rear dead axle does not lift. And a lot of the reason for the non-lifting axle when you're running a tag is simply because when you look at our kingpin depth on our trailers, and you look at where our fifth wheel sets typically on the truck, where it sits right in between the 2 axles, if we lifted the back axle, we create a teeter-totter that actually kind of wants to lift the steer axle off the ground. Where if we turn that around and we put the powered axle in the back, we can actually lift that front axle when we're light, and that puts more ground force on the steer axle and on the drive axle, which creates better traction and better handling. So we started out with a tag axle because it was easy to do. it wasn't necessarily the best design. And because we started out with this tag axle, it kind of hurt us as far as driver acceptance. And we'll talk about that just a little bit later on.
So what would you say, you've spent so much time in the 6x2, what's the advantage of that configuration?
Right out of the gate, you get a 3% increase in fuel efficiency. And that's a 3% over what they call a high efficiency 6x4. So when you are shopping for 6x4 axles, you're going to see the standard variation, and then you'll see the high efficiency variation. So in the high efficiency, they work a little bit more on controlling the amount of lubricant that's on the gears when they're spinning. They spend a little bit more time putting a smoother finish on the gears, and they put higher efficiency bearings in them to really try to get all the efficiency out of that 6x4 that they can. So a 6x2, even just a non-high efficiency 6x2, you're going to be 3% more efficient than the very best 6x4 on the road. And that adds up to very significant fuel savings over time. And in addition, 6x2s in certain situations, they can save a little bit of weight as well. That's never my primary focus when looking at a 6x2. Some 6x2 systems are a little bit lighter. Some are just weight neutral. So we have fewer gears, we have less lubricant, we have higher efficiency, and when it is spec'd and configured correctly, the 6x2, we have better ride and better handling. The problem is that's not always been the case, and so we've gotten some driver pushback in the past on 6x2 configured trucks.
So that sounds like a good option for the owner operator, the small fleet kind of operations. But would you say there's any drawbacks, any downsides to the 6x2?
Yeah, there is. And unfortunately, the industry or the OEMs kind of shot themselves in the foot when they introduced the concept. It just wasn't fully optimized for the North American duty cycle. The first 6x2s were tag axle arrangements with non-liftable axles, and they had no ability to bias weight. So when you got that dead axle on a high spot in the driveway, there was no way to really relieve pressure automatically off that axle to put more on the powered axle. And guys were getting stuck in the middle of parking lots in July. They would roll through a pothole, and as that tag axle came up onto a higher level, it would actually take some pressure off the drive axle, and they would sit there and spin. So it didn't take long for drivers to really, really push back against the initial 6x2 designs. And that really hurt the resale value and continues to hurt the resale value today of 6x2 trucks, even though today's suspensions are much, much better. We've, eliminated a lot of the problems that drivers initially had with 6x2s. Everybody's gun shy of them. It's really poisoned the waters because of the poor designs that were initially released. The other issue that we had with them can be tire wear. So when you go to a 6x2 design, and especially with today's high torque engines, there has to be some torque management going on in the engine as it's coming up through the gears. Otherwise, we'll get some tire wear issues. And if you don't take that into consideration and work hard on managing that, they'll eat up drive tires pretty quick, and they'll eat them up fast enough that it will offset your fuel efficiency savings. It is manageable nowadays, especially with the weight biasing suspensions that we have available, where we can automatically transfer weight the second the truck starts to detect a little bit of slip. It'll put more weight on the drive axle, take a little bit off the dead axle. So that really helps today's designs. So it's just something that you really got to keep in mind. The resale value is the overriding consideration. If you have a very fast trade cycle, say you're going to trade truck in 3 years or even 4 years, 6x2 may not be the way to go. If you're going to keep it, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, it's absolutely the way to go. And the longer you keep it, the bigger the payback from that fuel efficiency savings is going to be. And I would suspect as folks start to learn that they've corrected a lot of the deficiencies from the early 6x2s, that resale is going to start to come to parity and really make the 6x2 a strong option in the marketplace. The rest of the world basically runs the majority 6x2s. So it will work here. We just had to get the engineering right in order to work for our duty cycle.
Okay. All right, we're rolling towards news update, top of the hour here. I've got a couple of additional questions, and I believe CB's on the line. He's got a question for you as well. We'll get to just ahead. If you want to jump in, Joel's got a little more time with us here on a Monday morning, and our number is 844-844-3388. We return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
North Korea has issued a warning to the U.S. over President Biden's recent address to Congress, in which he called the North Korean nuclear program a serious threat to American security. A spokesman for the regime's foreign ministry made the threat Sunday in a statement, accusing the president of continuing a hostile stance against North Korea and that the U.S. would soon find itself in a grave situation. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan responded to the latest round of threats from the DPRK, telling ABC's This Week that the Biden administration's policy is not aimed at hostility, but at taking practical steps to denuclearize the Korean peninsula.
Our policy towards North Korea is not aimed at hostility. It's aimed at solutions. It's aimed at ultimately achieving the complete denuclearization of the Korean peninsula. And we're prepared to engage in diplomacy towards that ultimate objective, but work on practical measures that can help us make progress along the way towards that goal.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The United States will ban most travel from India as COVID cases there continue to rapidly rise. India has averaged more than 360,000 new infections per day over the last 7 days. The new rules take effect on Tuesday and ban non-U.S. citizens who have been in India in the last 14 days from entering the country. U.S. citizens, permanent residents, and family members are exempt. But Dr. Scott Gottlieb isn't sure what the administration hopes to accomplish with the ban. The former FDA commissioner tells CBS's Face the Nation that the coronavirus variant that's being blamed for the case spike in India is likely already here.
Well, I'm not sure what we're hoping to accomplish. If the goal is to try to prevent introduction of virus into the United States, there's plenty of virus here already. If the goal is to try to prevent introduction of that new variant 617 that's circulating in India, I assure you it's here already, so we're not going to be able to prevent its introduction. These travel restrictions could serve a purpose, but we need to be clear about what that purpose is. Right now, we still have restrictions in place against travel from China and the UK. That doesn't make a lot of sense, so I'm not really sure what the overall strategy is.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
4 astronauts returned to Earth early Sunday morning after spending 6 months in space. Jeremy Scott reports.
The SpaceX Dragon capsule landed 4 astronauts safely back home in the wee morning hours off the coast of Panama City, Florida. The 3 Americans and 1 Japanese flew back in the same capsule in which they launched from NASA's Kennedy Space Center back in November on a 6.5-hour journey back home.
We have visual confirmation of the Crew 1 Resilience capsule.
From Resilience. That is excellent news. We are splashed down.
They're the first U.S. crew to splash down in darkness since the Apollo 8 moonshot more than 50 years ago. It's the second astronaut flight for Elon Musk's SpaceX. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And the Census Bureau reports that there weren't enough rooms in many U.S. homes for an effective quarantine for preventing the spread of COVID-19. John Clemens has the story.
Alex Rhodes of the Census Bureau reports there were 3 limits for isolation.
First is bedrooms and bathrooms, so a substantial number of multi-person homes had a number of bedrooms and bathrooms that can make isolating difficult. The second was amenities. We found a large number of households didn't have a washer and dryer or didn't have a complete kitchen, which may lead to some household members increasing exposure should they need to go out to wash their clothes or get food. And the third was rooms for working from home.
Many households had children in distance learning.
We've had about 84% or 43 million adults with children in their household have seen children's classes moving to distance learning.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, good to have you with us here on a Back to Work Monday. Settle in. Another full week ahead here. But we're underway in the month of May. That means more springtime showers, thunderstorms, severe weather will be in the offing over a fairly broad area as we get the new week started here. Stretching from parts of the Ohio Valley, all the way down through, again, Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas, all going to be in the mix. We'll delve more into that coming up here. Meanwhile, back with Joel Morrow, but got a few more questions for you here. I believe CB is on the line, and he had a question as well. Morning, CB.
Hey, Steve. Hey, what's going on? Hey, Steve. Hey, Joel.
Morning.
Hey, real quick questions I got. One, I mean, I know you're talking about the front and back axles. I drive, told you before, drive for one big LTL company. But the question I have is we used to have what was like the mechanical tag. And, you used to be able to raise it lower. I mean, not really raise it, but you could take the weight off the back axle and just run the front. But now we're going to these automatics, the smart valve, and I called the manufacturer, and you probably know who the guy is or whatever. I'm sure you work with all of them, but the thing that gets me is I tried to explain to him what you were saying. When you got the axle on the back that is dead, dead, I was explaining it's like having a hot roll on carpet. It don't work. It's dead. It has no power. It drags. So when you got piles of snow out there, you're just like you just said. We would get stuck everywhere. And he kept saying to push the button. You know what? That don't work. I tried to take this to these guys and tell them that axle, that live axle needs to be in the back and the dead one needs to be in the front.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. And today's suspensions that we use on 6x4s, they kind of just took that suspension and they put it on a 6x2. And what we have is we've got typically a Z spring or a mono spring and an airbag. So even when we dump the air out of that airbag, we still get some flex in that mono spring or Z spring. And you're right, you get high-sided all the time with that dead axle in the back. And this is why tags don't work well and drivers get frustrated, and why a pusher is far superior to a tag. Even if you can lift that tag off the ground, a lot of times you overload the drive axle itself and you get suspension squat, and it really screws up your weight transfer to the steer axle. Then you go to turn the wheel and the front just wants to slide, and it becomes very problematic. So when you're running that pusher configuration with the drive axle in the back, the dead axle in the front that's liftable, we're loading the end points. And when you load the end points, you maintain drive axle traction and steer axle traction. When we flip it around to the tag, we unload the steer axle, and it becomes very hard to make corners when it's slippery out. So you've got it 100% right.
Yeah. Well, and another thing that they told me is that, well, why don't you just have them now this is the manufacturer. They're telling me, why don't you just have them recalibrated? I said, you know what? It doesn't make any sense to recalibrate it. I mean, it does, but it doesn't make any sense because it's still a drag axle. When you're on snow, ice, it's still, to me, and I'm glad you said it, I was correct on that part of it, it's dragging. It has no use to me.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The entire concept is flawed. There's no amount of calibration that is going to fix the issue that you're talking about with a tag axle setup.
Well, no, like I said, when we had the one that had the air valve in it, I mean, we used to go out and this company used to send us out in the worst weathers. Now they just shut the terminals down. I said, I know the reason why. I know the reason why.
Sure, and there's one other thing that you have to consider also. So when they go to these new electronically controlled leveling valves that are made by manufacturer X, and they put them on a truck that's made by somebody else, there's no real integration between that leveling valve and the truck sensors. So for that leveling valve to work, the ABS has to detect slip before it starts to transfer weight. And you know as well as I do, once you start slipping, it's too late.
It's too late, yep.
Right. And so this is where Volvo really shines with their system, because theirs is fully integrated, and they bias weight before the slip occurs. And that's another reason why that 6x2 pusher arrangement is so much better than a tag.
Okay. Now another question is, and I know that they're supposed to be getting some Volvos in, but can the manufacturer, I mean, like the company and the manufacturer of these smart valves, do they work together? Or because the reason why I'm asking that is because I went to a truck show, and of course, naturally, we've got Freightliners and Peterbilts, and they when I told him about that right there, Freightliner said, "Oh. That has nothing to do with us. That has to do with the company you work for. We would not put something like that on a truck." Now, that tells me if they wouldn't do it, why did Clint Lopez from Detroit talk them into, and I shouldn't say that. They bought the trucks from him in Detroit, but the point I guess I'm getting at is couldn't he have said, "Hey, well, that's a bad system," or do they just wait until after they get them and go?
I'm not exactly sure how the other OEMs are producing theirs. I believe they're added on after the fact, and this is where Volvo's kind of unique. They have a vertically integrated system that was all developed as a single unit. So there was no company coming in with an aftermarket valve and put it on the truck. The entire system was engineered by the same engineering team. And all of these things were taken into consideration, everything that you're talking about. And it's why we ended up with a pusher arrangement instead of a tag. It's why we bias weight before the slip occurs, and it's why we're able to lift the axle. So when you do get into very snowy conditions, you're actually putting all that weight on the drive axle to get better traction.
Good. Okay, yeah, because like I said, I had a Volvo when it was new, and then I got a Freightliner with new, and I'll tell you what, that Volvo, I'm not pushing to advertise, but a Volvo is 100% better than my opinion.
Yeah, when you look at the 6x2 systems, there's just no doubt that they're clearly out in front of everybody else with the technology that they've applied to the 6x2 axle concept. They're the only OEM out there that's really went hardcore on this and really devoted a lot of time, money, and engineering brain power to really figure this out.
Okay, and now Mack has the similar thing. I've seen some of their trucks that has the liftable front axle.
Yeah, it's same system. Mack and Volvo share that system.
Yep. And I remember that. Yep. Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Thank you, CB. Sure. Thank you for listening in. Appreciate you being with us here on a Monday. So, you've actually worked, I guess, with Volvo. Yeah. What kind of advancements have been offered up, and what's the impact been?
Well, just like the caller was talking about, at the moment, right now, Volvo leads the industry in regards to advanced 6x2 technologies. And, this is an area that I'm really proud to say I worked closely with the Volvo engineers during the development of the Volvo adaptive loading 6x2 system. And again, the major advantage of the Volvo system is that it is a pusher axle instead of a tag axle. This way we keep the end points loaded. The two most important axles on a 6x2 are the drive axle and the steer axle. And that center axle, being able to lift that off the ground, it allows us to bias weight to the drive and to the steer. So we're always keeping them loaded. We're never unloading it like in a tag axle. Even if we can dump the air, we get that teeter-totter effect that's kind of lifting the front kind of off the ground, and the Volvo doesn't suffer from that. We keep both the front and both the steer and the drive loaded for maximum steering traction and traction to get your load going down the road in the snow. There's some other things that's unique with the adaptive loading system. We are biasing weight all of the time, and it's dynamically. We're constantly adapting to changing road conditions. There's a phenomenon that we call dynamic whip. And as you're going down the road, the trailer may be a little higher than the truck and vice versa as you're going down the road, and you get this weight transfer, and that suspension is constantly adjusting for dynamic whip, and that really helps to improve drive tire life. It helps to improve traction. The other thing that having a pusher instead of a tag does, and most of the guys are gonna really identify with this. So when you pick that lead axle up off the ground, you just increase your wheelbase. So now you've got a much longer wheelbase. The truck rides much better when you're under a light load and you don't have to have that axle down. And by the way, that all happens automatically in the Volvo system. It figures out when it has to be down and when you can pick it. It keeps itself legal. Drivers don't have to do any math. They don't have to figure anything out. So when that comes up off the ground, you have a much longer wheelbase, which rides better. It also is more stable in snowy conditions. The longer the wheelbase of the truck, your input from the steering wheel takes longer to cause a reaction. So that's more stability on icy, snowy conditions. Short wheelbase trucks, them are the ones that you tend to see jackknife more often, because when you touch the steering wheel, they react very quickly because of the short wheelbase. So, lifting that axle, giving us that long, stable wheelbase that rides a lot nicer, that's just another benefit of it. We're keeping more weight out over the steer axle. The kingpin weight on a properly designed 6x2 goes 25% to the front, 75% to the rear. As we lift that axle up, it biases that split, and we can really put some weight over the important axles. So they do very, very well in the snow. They do very well in ice. It's just a very good setup. Unfortunately, for years and years, we were force-fed the tag, and it's kind of poisoned people's minds. Even today, just like your last caller was explaining, there are people still holding on to that tag axle mindset, and it just doesn't work very well.
So what you're describing, really, it sounds like an option that makes a lot of sense if you're looking to improve your efficiency and productivity.
Yeah, there is no doubt. Today's 6x2 systems are much improved. The concept is haunted by the pass-fail designs, and as such, resale is an issue today. I think moving forward, we're going to really start to improve that resale issue. If you plan on turning a truck over on a fast trade cycle, 4 years or less, go 6x4. If you're going to, be 5 years or more, really, really look hard at 6x2. Those efficiency gains will outweigh the resale deficit, and the longer you run that 6x2, like in our fleet, we run our 6x2 7 or 8 years, but we'll turn the 6x4s over in maybe 4. When you get out to 7 or 8 years, it makes a really, really nice benefit to the bottom line, and it becomes even more attractive, the 6x2, the longer you keep that truck. There is no doubt.
Wow. Well, pretty fascinating. I never knew there was so much that went into trying to spec a truck, Joel.
There's a lot of things to consider if you want to get it right. You want to get a high performing truck that is productive, it's fun to drive, that's efficient. You want to get all of those things, and so the details matter. And in the past, maybe 15 or 20 years ago, everybody basically built the same thing. There wasn't a lot of different technologies out there. So it was kind of straightforward and pretty easy. You decided, hey, I want a Detroit, I want a Cat, I want a Cummins, I want a 18-speed or a 13-speed, and hey, away you go. That's basically, it was what color do I want the truck and what interior options do I want. That's no longer the case if you really want to get a well-spec truck. There's a lot of math involved. There's just a lot of technology that we're dealing with, and you really have to understand how it all integrates in order for it to work the way that you want it to work out on the road.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned earlier that you're trying to get to the point where you can maybe help like individuals, owner-operators and whatnot, if they're looking to purchase a truck. How's that coming along? And if people have questions, like after the program, if they catch you later today, a lot of people that listen to the podcast, maybe hear it during the afternoon hours, can they get in contact with you?
Yeah, the best place to get a hold of me is out on Facebook. I spend a lot of time helping people on Facebook. We have a group called Volvo Truck Masters. Check us out there. I've got a bunch of really good techs in there. And of course, this is mostly Volvo specific stuff. But I spend a lot of time there. The 9+ Mile a Gallon Club is another group that I'm very active in, and that's all manufacturers. Doesn't make any difference what it is. Come on over and check that out, and I answer a lot of questions in both of those. You can email me direct. It's Joel at alphadrivers tc.com. And, I'll check my email, and if somebody's got some questions, I try to get back to them as quick as I can. Right now I'm a little overloaded with things. So if you send me an email and I can't get back to you right away, I'm still in the process of getting everything set up. But, if I have a minute, I'll absolutely try and take the time to help some folks out if they send me an email. Just getting the personnel in place to really, make this work. We're in the process of getting a website, set up so people can interact with us directly, and so we can, really run this as a service to really help the little guy.
That's great. Well, we always appreciate you taking some time out to join us here on Monday mornings, Joel. Always fascinating topics.
Absolutely. Love to come and help out. Let's see what I can dream up for next week.
All right. So are you ready for the cicadas, Joel? It's almost that time, they tell us.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. I haven't heard any buzzing out in the backyard yet, but I think it's coming. That's for sure. Yeah. I'm just enjoying the weather. It seems like the winter just held on way too long this year. Maybe it's just that I'm getting older and it seems that way, but my God, it seemed to just really hold on here. We just put the snowblower away. It just felt like it was safe. So, looking forward to the summer and nicer weather, that's for sure.
You should be like Chris and get yourself a place down in Florida for 3 months in the wintertime.
I've been kicking that around. I thought about buying a used Prevost coach and, just going where I want to go when I want to go and just be done with it. But who knows? We'll see.
Yeah. All right. Well, Joel, have a great week. Be safe out there, and we'll chat again next Monday morning.
Sounds good, Steve. We'll talk at you later.
Thank you so much. All right, what do we see here? All right, out of the box, I mentioned that between like 11 o'clock and midnight hours Eastern time, that there were tornado warnings and actually a tornado emergency declared there in Tupelo, Mississippi. And I see in just the past little bit, they are telling us emergency crews are assessing damage in Tupelo after a large destructive tornado touchdown here just a couple of hours ago. The National Weather Service in Memphis posted a series of tweets warning people to take shelter as this tornado tore through the city. The mayor's office is warning residents to stay home at this point in time so the crews can get out there and assess the damage. I mean, you wouldn't think people would get out at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning to drive around town and be a gawker or whatever to see what happened. But he says, please don't get out and drive. It's dangerous. There are many reports of power lines down, crossing roadways. Prayers that all are safe, and please keep our crews and first responders in your prayers as well, he says. Active tornado warnings were in place Sunday night for Mississippi, according to NOAA's Weather Ready Nation ambassadors via Twitter. If you go back earlier on Sunday, another damaging tornado touched down in Yazoo City. That's about 170 miles southwest of Tupelo. As part of this round of storms, it sweeps across the southeast. Now, Yazoo's county emergency manager director said, we do not have any injuries reported, but we do have numerous structural damaged facilities. So again, we'll just have to wait some time. We'll probably begin to see some of those images coming in out of Tupelo in the next couple of hours. Prayers for our friends in the South. All right, we will get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. And as always, our number is 844-3388. Car number 15 checks in this morning from Race City, USA. Scooter said, hey, Steve, I'm checking in from Yazoo City. The tornadoes are gone. 72 degrees. Scooter, I'm glad sounds like you came through okay, unscathed. Let's see here. There's old Doc Holiday checking in from New York. All right, good morning, Doc. Dale checks in from Jacksonville, Florida this morning. Partly cloudy, 72 degrees. Had some pretty good rain this past afternoon. Typical Florida weather. Going for a high of 92 today, they tell us. Well, all right, drivers. Have a great week this week. That's going to be a hot one there, Dale. Todd checking in. Good morning from the home 20. Not feeling well. He's sick. He's not out on the road. Everybody have a good week. Be safe. Richard checking in from Florida, where it's 75 degrees in his neck of the woods. Fuzzy checking in. Have a great week. Yeah, we got a little light rain in our area. Southwest Ohio, the Cincinnati area this morning. Let's see. Who else we got here? Kevin checking in. Good morning from New Jersey. 68 degrees and overcast. Hey, y'all, from Commerce, Georgia. Exit 147 and 149. Welcome. Sorry, the prices are so high. Free parking at Love's, exit 147. Happy trails and kudos to Steve Sommers. Thank you very much. Mark checking in from the Petro in Weatherford, Texas this morning. And Roger also checking in. Good morning to all. God ride with all of us. Get to some of the others coming up here in just a bit. Before we get to our bottom of the hour news break, after which we will get to your calls. If you want to jump on board, again, it's 844-844-3388. Navistar recalling thousands of certain international trucks, an issue that may cause the engine to stall. Specifically, Navistar is recalling more than 10,000 international LT and RH truck model years 2019 through 21. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the wrist pin in the engine may crack and cause connecting rod failure. Now, if that were to happen, it would cause a stall, which is going to increase, obviously, the risk of a crash. Owners of affected trucks will be notified by Navistar. Dealers will install a detection system software program to warn the driver prior to engine connecting rod failure. Any engines with a defective connecting rod would be repaired. This is a similar recall to one Navistar issued last year. Going back to May of 2020, Navistar recalled 4,500 international LT and RH trucks. Those were model years 2018 to 2020. Yeah, those trucks also had issues with the wrist pin that required installing an electronic detection system. Any trucks that are part of both recalls still need to return to the dealer for the new remedy. All right, looks like notifications will be going out to the affected trucks in the month of July, according to the update there from CDL Life. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States will ban most travel from India as COVID cases there continue to rapidly rise. India has averaged more than 360,000 new infections per day over the last 7 days. The new rules take effect on Tuesday and ban non-U.S. citizens who have been in India in the last 14 days from entering the country. But Dr. Scott Gottlieb isn't sure what the administration hopes to accomplish with the ban. The former FDA commissioner tells CBS's Face the Nation that the coronavirus variant that's being blamed for the case spike in India is likely already here.
If the goal is to try to prevent introduction of virus into the United States, there's plenty of virus here already. If the goal is to try to prevent introduction of that new variant 617 that's circulating in India, I assure you it's here already, so we're not going to be able to prevent its introduction. These travel restrictions could serve a purpose, but we need to be clear about what that purpose is. Right now, we still have restrictions in place against travel from China and the UK. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
This is USA Radio News.
If your loved one has passed away due to COVID-19, pay close attention to this message. You could be entitled to a death benefit of over $300,000. The U.S. government has set up a fund to pay families relief if they've lost a loved one due to COVID-19. We know this is a hard time for you, and this fund has been set up by the federal government to help ease your pain. The compensation includes a death benefit and lost wages benefit. Time is limited, so we urge you to make a free phone call right now. There's no cost to you for this claim. All legal fees are only covered once you receive your money. So if you've lost a loved one due to COVID-19, call the legal helpline right now to find out if you qualify for a cash award. Here's our number: 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018. That's 800-923-9018. Paid for by the IPG.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All righty, we're rolling into a Monday. Get a new week up and running. Start with some of our industry headlines here. What do we see going on? Obviously, road check gets underway tomorrow, no less. Horsefeather sent me a link to the story from CDL Life, where I guess trade groups reaching out to the FMCSA asking for regulatory relief for truck drivers hauling fuel. Going back to last Wednesday, national trade group that represent truck stops, gas stations, and convenience stores penned a letter to the FMCSA's administrator asking for an extension to the waiver providing regulatory relief to drivers hauling certain supplies in response to the COVID crisis. Now, that nationwide waiver was initially issued back in March of 2020. It's been renewed on multiple occasions, but it is set to expire at the end of this month. In the letter last week, the National Association of Truck Stop Operators, NATSO, the Energy Marketers of America, the Society of Independent Gasoline Marketers, and the National Association of Convenience Stores, asking the FMCSA to again extend the waiver, and this time to include fuel haulers. That would be in the list of drivers eligible for said relief. The previous waiver, it was for drivers hauling livestock feed, medical supplies and equipment, of course, vaccines, safety and sanitation supplies, things like masks, gloves, disinfectants, and food paper, paper products, or groceries. Now, they're saying this waiver was necessary because the pandemic has worsened the driver shortage. And that was the discussion from last week, that a lack of available tanker drivers may actually create disruptions in the fuel supply chain all around the country. Last week's report was alluding to especially some of the vacation hotspots in the country where people are going to be flocking in for their summer vacations. Now, I'm looking at the copy of the letter here. The FMCSA should reestablish the transportation of fuel as an essential service under the hours of service waiver for the duration of the COVID-19 emergency, so that truckers can deliver fuel quickly to the sectors and people that depend on it most. Without this waiver, the country's infrastructure is going to remain at risk of fuel supply disruptions, and the worsening effects of the pandemic on the driver shortage is going to persist. Again, they go into last week, the predicted fuel shortage over the summer due to the lack of tanker drivers, combined with what would be a hoarding effect that would follow an intermittent period of unavailable fuel at gas stations. As soon as word gets out that, hey, did you hear the BP around the corner? They're out of gas. Everybody heads out to fill up their tank, top off their tank. Buys up a bunch of 5-gallon cans so they've got some extra. Now, trucking groups like OOIDA have argued for years there's no major shortage of truck drivers, that the real problem is the high driver turnover and the stagnation driver wages. The way they made it sound, this may be a little bit different, because for the tanker drivers, many of them apparently exited the industry when demand was pummeled last year early on in the pandemic. I think the report said 25% of the tanker trucks right now are idle for lack of drivers. Whereas at this point a year ago, it was about 10% of tankers that were sitting idle. So it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out. Well, what's going on, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. I take it you made it through another weekend?
Here we are.
So what have you gone back in your calendar yet? Have you counted how many weeks this is since January 11th?
I have not, no.
Oh, all right. I was just wondering how far along we were. I was thinking this has got to be like out there, like 16, 17, 18, something like that weeks
Probably,
now.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah, so, well, congratulations. Yeah, I mean, every week is another milestone here, and it seems to be getting better and better every week. So, anyways, so from what I'm hearing on when I'm getting into oil refineries and places like that, the loading racks, is that the driver shortage with the gasoline haulers is kind of the same problem that the driver shortage is in the rest of the industry. Is that as you said, with a decrease in demand, when the amount of work there was slowed up, the ones making little pay for all the work they did when they got less work didn't make enough pay, at the lower pay rate when their work got cut. So they had to go somewhere else to find other work. But if they were at a decent pay scale, if they had less work, they still wouldn't have lost the drivers,
Okay.
So it is the same type of deal that there's the driver shortage in the industry is carrying over into all types of the industry. So if they wanted drivers back, if they need drivers back, then they need a better wage. But of course, that better wage gets passed along to the consumer, so you'll see it at the pump. If you want all the gas to be delivered one way or another, it's going to cost more.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, Saturday morning when I was out and you were sleeping, because you don't. Morning there, like we found out with Doc Holliday. I wasn't saying anything about Doc Holliday, was I?
No.
No, I wouldn't do that. So I'm loaded and I'm headed down towards Baltimore, headed up out of Delaware, and a little town called Northeast Maryland. There's a Flying J truck stop there, and that I have to go by. And as I'm on my way getting up to it, I have to pull over for an emergency vehicle to go by, and about the time I'm getting to the intersection where you turn into it, I got a great big fire truck running up my back end, and I saw where the other one went, so I kept going to get out of his way. And it was about the time I got past the intersection, there was a whole lot of black smoke going up in the air. So I don't know if a truck burned up back there in the truck stop, or if they had some other type of fire, because it was kind of behind the hotel they have there. I think it's a Comfort Inn, Comfort Suite, but it's Northeast Maryland, and it would have been about 2:00 Saturday morning. So I don't know if you can Google any of that. I never did hear anything about it to know what went on, but I don't know if they lost a truck in there, or, as I say, what was going on. But there was a whole lot of smoke coming up out of the parking lot when I was going by, because the first in units were still in the response mode and hadn't gotten on scene yet.
Okay.
So anyways, that's about all I kind of got going for you. Is we got through all the wind and blowing hard and everything. Had a couple trees come down, one set of power outage there was close to the house, and other than that, it turned out to be a pretty nice weekend. And now we're back here. So that's about what we got going for you.
Very good. All right. Well, I'll see what I can find out on that truck stop fire, if that was the case.
Yeah, as I say, it was northeast. Town is Northeast Maryland. It was the Flying J.
Okay.
So, other than that, as I say, have a good morning, and we'll chat at you again in a little while.
Thank you so much for checking in there. Glad you had a good weekend. Some folks not having the best conclusion to their weekend. I'm looking at the report just in from AccuWeather. Nearly 100,000 Mississippi residents were under a tornado emergency Sunday night, including Tupelo, as the confirmed large destructive tornado tore through the region. It was right about just before 11 o'clock Eastern time when the National Weather Service out of Memphis issued a dire warning, calling the situation particularly dangerous and life-threatening. Again, as this confirmed tornado charged toward the city. A tornado emergency, they're not that common, but that's what they issue when a large destructive tornado has been on the ground for an extended period of time and is then approaching a populated area, which was the case here. Tornado emergency Tupelo. Law enforcement have reported extensive residential damage around the Elvis Presley Museum area in Tupelo, along with downed trees and power lines. Tupelo, of course, the birthplace of Elvis. Around the Highway 151 area of town, local media reports a roof torn off an apartment building there. The city of Tupelo's mayor's office did release a statement here stating damage has been reported throughout the city. We are currently assessing the degree of damage. Please do not get out and drive. We'll update you as soon as we know the extent of damage. Prayers that all are safe. Keep our crews and first responders in your prayers as well. Forecasters noticed what they call a debris ball signature on the radar as the storm charged toward Tupelo, indicating debris was being picked up by the strong tornado, lofted high up into the atmosphere. Of course, adding to the severity of the situation was the timing during the overnight, the darkness hours. In parts of the south central and southeastern USA, nighttime tornadoes are more common than any other region around the country. Screen captures of the Mississippi Department of Transportation camera along Interstate 22 at Veterans Memorial Bridge showed what appeared to be a large tornado illuminated by the flash of lightning, or it may have been a power flash that illuminated that. Tupelo, not the only place Mississippi endured tornadoes this past day. National Weather Service reporting a preliminary total of about a dozen tornadoes in the state, along with one in the state of Louisiana. All right. In the meantime, forecasters urge residents remain aware this week as more rounds of severe weather are expected in portions, especially of the southern USA. All right, plenty of room for you here on a Monday morning. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. Good morning, Cue Ball. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Hey, I'm trying to remember if it was last week or the week before last, because me and my son Matt were over at the local Fleet Farm over here in Wisconsin, and it's kind of like a big department store, except they don't sell a lot of like food there, so it's kind of like a Myers without the big grocery store side of things. But anyway, we're spending line for about 30 minutes, and it's kind of funny. They were kind of running like a little job fair kind of deal in there, where they had like a tent set up in the middle of the building there, right where you're waiting in line for 30 minutes to get checked out, because they were desperate for cashiers, to the point where nobody was coming to the tent. The people from the tent were walking up and down the lines of people waiting to purchase their products and walk out the door, asking if they wanted a job or knew anybody that wanted a job. They were desperately hiring, but nobody wanted to get hired. I looked at Matt and I said, well, when people get paid to sit on their butt, why would they want to go get a job?
Bingo.
So you're starting to see a lot of that. You're starting to see a lot of that now. The guy that used to own the company I'm leased on with, well, I say used to because he passed away, God rest his soul. He used to say the biggest competitor he had with hiring drivers was unemployment. Seems to me these fat government checks seem to keep people sitting on their asses at home and not willing to go make a living. It's funny. I called about this whole tanker driver issue here. They've been talking driver shortage for, I don't even know. How long do you think it's been we've been talking driver shortage?
Yeah, forever.
10 years?
Yeah, at least.
It seems at least. Well, when it's in the local Green Bay news on the TV, because I live near, Green Bay, obviously, but it's on the radio stations, on the news out of Green Bay, it's on the TV. And I'm like, wow, it's got to be real bad now that actually regular news broadcasts are talking about it, where, regular news broadcasts, unless we crash into something and burn it down, they don't give a rat's ass about a truck driver. All of a sudden now they're worried about driver shortage. Steve, I was sitting there wondering, when they started putting the dash cams in the trucks, I don't mean the ones that you buy to help the driver to prove his innocence. Right. Funny how that works in a free country, but not the ones where drivers have to use to prove themselves innocent in a free country. I'm talking the ones that face the drivers. Wasn't it the tanker industry that put that in first? I kind of how I'm remembering it, but I could be wrong.
It's becoming very
common.
Granted,
if you can hear my voice,
it's becoming very commonplace, more and more. Yep.
Steve, I used to be a full-time truck driver. A lot of people don't recognize maybe what I've done. I used to be full-time, and then I basically drove about half the time. And now I probably drive a little bit more than half the time. But by the end of this week, funny how I decided to take off during that little government's going to make a point. It's funny, they're desperate for truck drivers, yet the government makes a point. They're going to make a whole week where they're going to burn us down, with the whole 72-hour blitz thing. I'll just stay home, sit on my couch, and drink scotch. Truck driving is not my only source of income, so I'm not one of those guys sucking down a government check. But no, I don't drive full time anymore. Anybody that knows who I am knows that. But the fact of the matter is, when you got guys like me literally buying trucks to get around issues, or just getting out of the industry altogether to avoid the issues, and then you got guys that are put down because of the pandemic. They lost their jobs, or there wasn't enough freight to haul, or whatever. What did they expect to happen? That's kind of where I sit and think about it. What did they think was going to happen? All these guys are just going to come back, going to sit at home sucking down government cheese, or maybe that was part of the whole, not solution, but the whole part of the plan. Not really sure. But no, it's a thing. Like I said, it's on the news for the regular general public to see. I'm wondering, before the whole pandemic started, they're hoarding up toilet paper, and I'm not going to say it's hard to find gas cans, but it was easy to find a gas can or two. Of course, I already had a few of them before anybody started talking about fuel shortage. It's not like I didn't see that coming. Not for nothing, but the government's been pushing truck drivers out of the business for a long time, and now all of a sudden they're crying driver shortage on the news. I wonder if it isn't maybe time for somebody from OOIDA to stop talking about driver churning. They talk about driver churning. That's like, let's give an example, right? You have a big swimming pool in your yard still, right?
Yeah, it's still there.
Okay, driver churning. Turn the filter on. Let's put 3, 4, 5 filters on it. Let's just spin that water real good. But the water still remains the same amount of water in the pool. We're just spinning it, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, we've done worse than that. We've done worse than driver churning. We've made it so bad that good drivers, the guys that actually can, have a brain in their head and actually can maybe make a living somewhere else other than in industry where the government actually a few times a year advertises that we're out to get you, i.e. this week, which I don't know if I could say this on radio or not, but you're not on regular radio anyway. I always said that was always a good time. If anybody wants to do a driver strike, when you do that 72-hour DOT, that's when you do it. Now, why in the world would truck drivers want to be in an industry where the government actually advertises the fact that that's the week we're going to go after you and try to take your money? So my point back to the swimming pool. This isn't just a swimming pool where we're churning the water around, guys, over there in OOIDA. You're draining the damn pool. You're kicking water out of the pool. Now you ain't got enough to swim in. Government did that. And you got people, again, they're not really recognizing the problem, or they're creating the problem or part of it. I don't know. It's not just the driver churning. Guys are leaving. Guys like a good friend of mine were pushed out of this business. Guys like me were pushed out to where we're basically part-timers anymore. And who's coming up behind us? Do we even want to go there? Well, God knows where they get them from. Or whether we do know where they get them from, them H-1B visas that they put out there.
Yep.
We got enough. Right? You see where we're going with this?
Yeah.
It's so amazing how we created our own problems and then cry about them. I shouldn't say we as an industry, but government, I should say. Because us as an industry, we just react to it. you can't blame cue ball for what he did. The fact that he doesn't want to drive. We were literally talking about that where my girlfriend works, and like, well, you're a driver and you ain't driving. I go, yeah. Why would I want to? This week I don't have to. I set that up. I set my life up that way to where I don't have to drive as hard as I used to anymore. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of guys aren't like that. So they're going to go somewhere else where they can make a better living. And right now, if you think about it, there's so much in my head right now, just going on with your last guest. I mean, you think about it. The government pushes us into technology that costs, let's just give an example. If technology costs $300, but costs you $700 to maintain it, and you saved $200 in fuel, man, you just lost a lot of money. You didn't save $200, you just spent $700. But that's how the industry has been for a long time.
Right. And
government pushes us into this thing. So, I'm not trying to trash on anybody specifically, but I don't know. It's just, I'm going to buy a technology that's going to save me 3% of fuel, but it's going to cost me like 5 times what 3% of fuel will cost me. It's not worth it. But that's my opinion on things. But then again, I drive an 84 cab over. What do I know? Been 23 years out here, but I don't know crap. But no, this whole tanker driver thing, that's getting to be all over the regular news. And it's once that happens, if there isn't a problem already, it's going to start, because smart people are going to start buying fuel that they don't need. But then again, the real dumb people bought a lot of toilet paper they don't need either. So maybe I don't know what I'm talking about either, Steve. With that, I think I threw enough crap in the crap fan.
All right. Well, good to hear from you, Q.
Have a nice night.
Thank you for checking in. You got it. All right. So we've got, what are you looking at here? News update just ahead. His discussion of people just wanting to sit at home and wait for the check or the direct deposit. That is 100% correct. It's all over the country, especially like fast food joints, retail business. They can't find people to come into work. They're making more at home right now. And this extended unemployment, the additional on top of your state, the 300 or 400, whatever it is from the federal government, they've got that continuing all the way into September. We're just into the first week of May. So you've got 5 months ahead of us. And the problem's only going to go from bad to worse for these employers looking for people to do their job. And maybe now we can find a way to incentivize others to stay home. The Biden administration, they tell us, is quietly laying the groundwork for a long-term increase in food aid for tens of millions of Americans without going through the ordeal of a fight with Congress. Oh, we're going to do a roundabout, right? If memory serves, was there not a time when they were calling Obama the food stamp president? And what they're talking about here is a rather obscure Department of Agriculture shopping list used to determine food stamp benefits, known as the market basket, it is called. We'll explain a bit more on that. What kind of a price tag are we talking about here? Tens of millions of additional Americans? Yeah, this is the whole socialism-based left-leaning mentality. Get the people totally reliant, dependent on the government. With each passing day, we're taking another step in that direction. Socialism. All right, we've got wide open lines here. Jump on in as we roll into a Monday. Help me make it through the night. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States will ban most travel from India as COVID cases there continue to rapidly rise. India has averaged more than 360,000 new infections per day over the last 7 days. The new rules take effect on Tuesday and ban non-U.S. citizens who have been in India in the last 14 days from entering the country. But Dr. Scott Gottlieb isn't sure what the administration hopes to accomplish with the ban. The former FDA commissioner tells CBS's Face the Nation that the coronavirus variant that's being blamed for the case spike in India is likely already here.
If the goal is to try to prevent introduction of virus into the United States, there's plenty of virus here already. If the goal is to try to prevent introduction of that new variant 617 that's circulating in India, I assure you it's here already, so we're not going to be able to prevent its introduction. These travel restrictions could serve a purpose, but we need to be clear about what that purpose is. Right now, we still have restrictions in place against travel from China and the UK. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size, only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The U.S. Senate got a start on infrastructure last week, passing a bill providing $35 billion for water and wastewater development projects. Discussions continue on Capitol Hill over President Biden's more than $2 trillion infrastructure package. The president urged lawmakers to pass that bill during an address to a joint session of Congress last week. Senate Republicans have countered with a $568 billion proposal that they say is narrowly tailored to physical infrastructure, unlike the president's plan. President Biden has said that he's open to other ideas on his plan, something Senator Susan Collins says she hopes is true. The Maine Republican tells CNN that negotiations over this bill will show whether or not the president is as serious about bipartisanship as he's previously stated.
This is going to be a test on whether President Biden is truly interested in bipartisanship. If he is, we can get there on the core infrastructure package. And by that, I mean roads, bridges, highways, rail, waterways, and, of course, broadband.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it, too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
As the economy recovers from the pandemic, some economists worry that the combination of low interest rates and trillions of dollars in proposed spending from the White House could drive up inflation. But Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says that the proposed spending shouldn't have an effect on inflation because it's evenly spread out. She tells NBC's Meet the Press that if inflation does start to rise, the Federal Reserve has the tools to combat it.
So the spending that's been proposed in the jobs plan and the families plan, it comes into effect once the economy is back on track, and the spending from the rescue plan that's coming into force and helping us get on track after that stimulus is spent. It's spread out quite evenly over 8 to 10 years, so the boost to demand is moderate. And the Federal Reserve has the tools to address inflation should it arise.
And a Colorado woman is dead after a bear attack. Jeremy Scott reports.
Authorities believe a woman was killed by a bear in southwestern Colorado. Her boyfriend found her body on Friday night.
Well, she was walking her dogs, and she did that sometime in the morning.
Jason Clay with Colorado Parks and Wildlife says people should expect bear activity to be picking up. Officials say they observed signs of consumption on the body, and there was bear scat and hair at the scene. A female black bear and 2 young bears were euthanized. There have been 3 prior fatal bear attacks in Colorado since 1971.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Once again, we're rolling to another hour here, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. So, food assistance, food aid for tens of millions of Americans. According to the reporter, a review of the so-called Thrifty Food Plan, ordered by Biden 2 days after he took office, could trigger an automatic increase in benefits as soon as October 1st, 1 day after expiration of a temporary 15% boost in food stamp payments that Biden included in his $1.9 trillion COVID relief package. Looks like the director of the Center of Poverty Research at the University of Kentucky said the reevaluation could result in an upward adjustment of 20% or more in the benefits. That would amount to roughly a $136 a month increase in the maximum benefit for a family of 4, which was $680 before the temporary pandemic-related increase. This is really meaningful. So says, this guy was the chairman of Barack Obama's Council of Economic Advisors. It's one of the bigger things government can do for poverty without having to go through Congress. This is, the reprisal culminates a year-long campaign by anti-hunger advocates to reassess the market basket, they call it. That's the value that hasn't been increased other than adjusted for inflation over the past 60 years. This is a sharp reversal from the Trump administration, which tried to limit eligibility for food aid. Restrictions were overturned by courts in some cases. Food stamps, as they call it, now known as the SNAP program, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance, once enjoyed broad bipartisan support. Like everything else, it has evolved into a partisan flashpoint in recent years. I think Trump's proposal was, his plan was to, if you are able to work and there were jobs available, get out there and go to work. That's all pretty much gone now, that mentality. One of our listening friends sent me a link from here out of Georgia here. I guess over the weekend from the Fox affiliate there. Leaders at the Georgia Department of Labor warn some people receiving unemployment may need to reapply. This after several people complained of suddenly not receiving benefits anymore. It's been challenging. People that have never been on unemployment before have had to reach out and start that process. They didn't understand how this works. While people are slowly getting back to work, there are many who still depend on unemployment. Many of them, of course, are depending on it because of their own lack of will to go back to work. And many are complaining their benefits are suddenly disappearing. Well, this is because we've reached the 12-month period after the pandemic began last March. Unemployment insurance claims last 52 weeks, and once that ends, your claim is closed. If your benefits stopped, you're going to have to check when your benefit year ends. After the benefit year ends, you'll have to file a new claim, which will reopen the claim and take a look at that point. Then you will either be placed on the program before, or if you have enough work history at that point, to establish a regular unemployment insurance claim. When we establish a claim and establish payments on that side. He says, many people are not correctly reporting their employment history. Claimants are not including all their employment history, and that's a problem. We ask an unemployment claim that you list all of your employment that you've had in the past 18 months. While some work to get money, there are others who say they're trying to return. Some have gotten benefits because maybe their part-time employer filed on their behalf and they're trying to figure out how they can return the money. There's a spot where you can say request to return payment, and they can say, hey, this is me, and I'm giving you permission to take money off the way to go card. But a lot of these people, obviously, if you've reached your 52-week, you haven't worked in a year. And everywhere you turn out there, there's now hiring signs being posted. All right, our number is 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Good morning, Pappy.
What's going on, Steve?
Not a whole lot. How was your weekend?
It was good. Got some grass cutting done. Steve, I didn't get a chance to chit-chat last week about the little deal with Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, what do you think about
How much
that?
Did you all cover?
Yeah, we did discuss it a bit. I've got several stories this morning. Yeah, Alan Dershowitz is taking up his case.
Yeah. Steve, it amazes me that the FBI, and well, it doesn't amaze me. They already did it to Trump when he was president, right?
Right.
Now, everything they took from him was back in the fall, of 2019. And what was going on in the fall of 2019. They were talking about impeaching Trump.
Right.
And Rudy obviously was his attorney. So not only, I'm sure you probably discussed this, but not only attorney-client privilege, what the hell? An executive privilege. What is going on with the FBI, Steve? They're back at it again.
My understanding, everything I'm hearing, is they're not even really looking at getting Rudy. They're looking for stuff about Trump, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And did you hear this, where he had the hard drives with Hunter Biden? The search warrant said to take all electronic, type equipment like hard drives, and they were spying on him, Steve, before they even did that search warrant. Right? They got some sort of order to get into his cloud, like iCloud. When you back up all your files into the cloud. They were spying on him and looking into the cloud. And they seen something in there they wanted. And it had something to do with the impeachment, I'm sure. Because that's what was going on. That's what they were trying to get. He had hard drives with Hunter Biden on there, and
they didn't even take them.
They didn't even want it. Wasn't interested. But it just goes to show, somebody showed a tape with old Chuck Schumer. He was on with CNN, and he was talking about Trump, and it was a couple of years ago. But he said, you mess with the intelligence community, they'll get you back 6 ways to Sunday. And I'm telling you, the deep state is all in, man. All in.
So
to go in there and go ahead.
I was going to say, so what all do they think they're going to find in regards to Trump? I mean, they've already, the House impeached him. I mean, is it just the fact that he's seriously kind of doing some interviews now, talking that he may run in 2024, and they're scared that may actually happen?
Well, what they were looking at, Steve, this is right before. I mean, the House was, getting ready to impeach him. But the impeachment may not actually even started yet for what their information they're looking at. I mean, that's when he said, I seen an interview with him, and he said the information that they were trying to get was in his iCloud back in the fall when they just started the impeachment. Not the actual impeachment, but when they were actually, the House was going to vote on it or not. So before they actually voted on impeaching him. But the point behind all this is, what are they doing in this man's iCloud?
Right.
They're all in, man. They're full steam ahead, man. I mean, if they can do this to Rudy, where you just throw away attorney-client privilege with the president of the United States, and executive privilege. I mean, there's nothing going to stop these people from spying on anybody and doing whatever they want to anybody, is the point here. It's just crazy. It's like we talked, years ago, the NSA, looking at a lot of people. Every text message you send, every email you send, anything electronic goes into a database, and it's kept. And I want to say it's out in, is it Oklahoma? Somewhere out west.
I think it's Utah. They got the big facility where they've got what they call, yottabytes of information of just incredible, vast qualities.
And if they want it, they'll take it. They'll get it. They don't care. They'll violate Fourth Amendment, Sixth Amendment. They don't care. Other than that, I don't know if, Trump's going to run or not. I don't think it had anything to do with that. I think it all had something to do with the impeachment. Trying to get something on him they could use in an impeachment trial is what I think. But why take it now, though? So
well, that was my the question I was thinking. Well, why raid his office last week if they were wanting something from back then?
Yeah, they might just be trying to cancel culture old Rudy. Same thing what they did with General Flynn. It might be their way of telling him, you better shut up, better knock it off. But Rudy, I don't think they can intimidate Rudy. I don't think it can happen. I don't know. Time will tell. Maybe we'll see.
Yep.
But all right, man.
All right. Thank you for checking in. Have a good morning. Yeah, that Alan Dershowitz, you remember that name, the Harvard law professor. This past day, he said he compared the United States to a banana republic for the search warrant carried out last week on Rudy Giuliani. Let's see, from WABC Radio out of New York. Dershowitz said he has agreed to represent Giuliani and is very upset about what's happening to the former New York City mayor, personal lawyer of President Trump. In banana republics, like Castro's Cuba, for instance, in many parts of the world, when a candidate loses for president, they go after the candidate. They go after his lawyers. They go after his friends. That didn't happen in America. But that is what's happening in America now. They're going after Rudy Giuliani, and who knows who's going to be next. Now, he stressed the fact that you cannot use search warrants when people have privileged information on their cell phones and on their computers. You use a subpoena. The difference between a subpoena and a search warrant is like night and day. It is not constitutional. That's why when Rudy called me, I said, sure, I'll help you out. I'm in favor of the Constitution. Dershowitz contends, I think the government made a serious mistake here when they went by search warrant. They gave Rudy Giuliani lots of legal arguments to make, arguments I think he can prevail on. And it's not just Rudy, it's everybody. If Rudy's privacy is not protected, if his client's privacy is not protected, we're all next. Apparently, as Pappy was saying, they went after the cloud and other material and information without telling him. That's not the way government is supposed to treat their citizens. When Rudy Giuliani was the U.S. attorney, he sometimes went after people with search warrants, and I was critical of him back then. He was wrong then. He's right now. He's learned from experience. He's on the right side now. He's on the side of the Constitution, and I'm on that side, he said. It is vitally important to remember that today we are going after people that maybe you don't like. Maybe tomorrow they'll be going after you or your friends. The one lesson we've learned from history is you can't have freedom of speech for me, but not for thee. You cannot have due process for me, but not for thee. But that appears to be the direction this government is going. Yeah, Pappy, you're right. It is crazy times. All right, we've got wide open lines here at 844-844-3388 on a quiet Monday morning. Road check, here it comes. 72-hour blitz in North America starts tomorrow. Commercial vehicle inspectors throughout North America doing your commercial vehicle inspections, looking for critical inspection violations, your operating credential, your hours of service documentation. Better be wearing your seatbelt this week. Yeah, right? Don't be drinking or taking drugs. Oh, that goes without saying on any day, but they'll find some of them out there. The CVSA has updated their North American out-of-service criteria. The 2021 criteria actually went into effect on the 1st of April. A vehicle will be placed out of service, meaning it cannot be operated until the conditions have been corrected. Should any violations be found, drivers will be placed out of service. If an inspector deems any driver-related out-of-service conditions were violated, they're going to be doing the primary, level 1 or level 5 inspections. Supposedly, you're going to get a CVSA decal. The decal typically results in no additional inspections during the 3 months that the sticker is valid. But I've heard cases of drivers saying, I point to the sticker, and they say, I don't care. I'm inspecting your truck anyway. You see that out there? All right, other industry headlines. Let me see here from our friends at CDL Life. A judge dismissing all the charges against a truck driver who was involved in a fatal crash back in 2019 in Bel Air, Maryland. The judge dismissing 2 counts each of gross negligent manslaughter by vehicle and criminal negligence manslaughter by motor vehicle against 51-year-old Carlo Watson. The accident back in March of 2019 resulted in 2 deaths after a ShopRite tractor trailer driven by Watson crashed into a line of stopped traffic, stopped at a red light. Now, according to Norman, the Maryland State Police investigation into the crash was not as thorough as it could have been, and the state had not met the burden of proof to convict Watson. If you as a police officer are going to conduct an investigation, the judge, Norman, allegedly said, pardon my French, but you don't want to do a half-ass investigation. That's his words from the judge. Norman reviewed 100 pieces of evidence throughout the trial before making the decision to dismiss all charges. During the first day of the trial, a witness stated that she had seen a ShopRite trailer swerving while on her way to work the day of the accident. Prosecutors suggested it was Watson, even though the witness didn't see the driver, who was not able to control the vehicle properly because he was tired and probably shouldn't have been driving, they say. The judge said that it was just as likely for Watson to have swerved to maybe avoid hitting an object in the road. Who knows? Norman said the state failed to prove the defendant had not gotten enough sleep in the days before the accident. You failed to prove that the defendant was using a cell phone during the accident. Video footage showed Watson's tractor trailer operating without any troubles, and that Watson was using a Bluetooth headset. Investigators should have interviewed Watson, who offered to speak to them immediately after the crash, and that investigators failed to look for evidence at the ShopRite store in Forest Hill. All right. Judgments of acquittal, like what we saw with this case, are very rare, and it's only been seen a couple of times in his 20 years of practicing law. That's Watson's attorney. He says, if I could move heaven and earth to make them better and bring these people back, I would. I just hope they find it in their hearts to forgive me. That was the truck driver, Watson. All right, we're going to get a news break here. And again, lines wide open. Quiet on the phones this Monday morning. That's 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us on a Back to Work Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. How about that Kentucky Derby? Surprise, surprise. I don't think Monkey Gouger had that horse in his wager, did he? I surely didn't have it in mine. More on the Derby coming up here. Again, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States will ban most travel from India as COVID cases there continue to rapidly rise. India has averaged more than 360,000 new infections per day over the last 7 days. The new rules take effect on Tuesday and ban non-U.S. citizens who have been in India in the last 14 days from entering the country. But Dr. Scott Gottlieb isn't sure what the administration hopes to accomplish with the ban. The former FDA commissioner tells CBS's Face the Nation that the coronavirus variant that's being blamed for the case spike in India is likely already here.
If the goal is to try to prevent introduction of virus into the United States, there's plenty of virus here already. If the goal is to try to prevent introduction of that new variant 617 that's circulating in India, I assure you it's here already, so we're not going to be able to prevent its introduction. These travel restrictions could serve a purpose, but we need to be clear about what that purpose is. Right now, we still have restrictions in place against travel from China and the UK. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
This is USA Radio News.
If your loved one has passed away due to COVID-19, pay close attention to this message. You could be entitled to a death benefit of over $300,000. The U.S. government has set up a fund to pay families relief if they've lost a loved one due to COVID-19. We know this is a hard time for you, and this fund has been set up by the federal government to help ease your pain. The compensation includes a death benefit and lost wages benefit. Time is limited, so we urge you to make a free phone call right now. There's no cost to you for this claim. All legal fees are only covered once you receive your money. So if you've lost a loved one due to COVID-19, call the legal helpline right now to find out if you qualify for a cash award. Here's our number: 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018. That's 800-923-9018. Paid for by the IPG Law Group.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I took a moment there to get a phone reset. I know there were several people trying to call in. Probably got disconnected, right? It took me like 4 tries to get this thing to sync up. I don't get it. But it did, I believe. Let's hope it did. All right, Medina Spirit, is that the name? Wire to give Bob Baffert another Kentucky Derby win. Wow. He's a 7-time Kentucky Derby winner at Churchill Downs. With, the stands were pretty packed, weren't they? 51,838 in attendance. Now, this horse went off as a 12-1 odds. Held off 26-1 Mandaloon, 5-1 odds Hot Rod Charlie. That was my horse. I'm sorry, that was my wife's horse. She picked Hot Rod Charlie. And I had picked, what was the other one? Yeah, the one that Monkey Gouger had picked. Rock My World, I think it was. Rock My World. No go. Baffert's Colt. Authentic won last year's Kentucky Derby, which, of course, that was held on Labor Day weekend because of the COVID. So this guy's just getting old hat. All right, Medina Spirit improved to 3-3-0 in 6 career starts. He entered the race following a second-place finish in the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby. What's so crazy about this horse is apparently, I believe if I understood the scenario, Bob got this horse for like $1,000. What? $1,000. I mean, there are people that spend hundreds of thousands, if not, do they spend millions of dollars on horses, depending on the bloodline and whatnot? $1,000. That was a good return on investment. Little horse. Now, they're all 3-year-olds, but this was a rather small horse. All right. Yeah, let's see. There's Sylvester. Thanks for dialing us back up. How are things in the land down under?
It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day down here, man. So this is autumn, and it is, let me see what it is right now. Now, this is a very pleasant part of the world, too, down here. So I'm in a place called Yatalunga, Y-A-T-T-A-L-U-N-G-A. It is currently exactly 70 degrees. The sun's going down probably in about 20 minutes, half an hour. And I just came down to ogle my boat because I can. I'm literally, what's 9 kilometers? 5 miles, just a hair over 5 miles, just over 5 miles. And I've got a lot of work to do to her because she was left out for so long, not cleaned properly for so long. So I've got a lot of work to do on her. But so I'm planning on splashing the the tender on Wednesday. So that's Tuesday, your time. We'll see if I go drowning or not. And then I'll be doing that. And I'm going to try to video it, but I'm not going to have anybody helping with it. So I'll have to set up a camera and hopefully I don't make a complete fool of myself. But yeah, no. So I wanted to say something about the whole Giuliani thing. So if you remember correctly, there were some issues with during the impeachment where one of the reasons why they were trying to do an impeachment wasn't to get him out of office, because he was almost out of office anyway. This is President Trump. The issue was to try to make it so he couldn't run again.
Correct.
Or he wouldn't run again.
Yep.
And that's probably what's going on. I'm shocked that his tax returns haven't been made public yet, because they have been accessed and they are available to certain people in the Democratic Party. So I don't know why they haven't done anything yet. So I don't know. Maybe they're just biding their time, waiting to for the right moment. Hey. So
they always say
that,
timing's everything. If they're going to go after someone, a lot of times they'll hold off on something for 6 or 8 months. Wait for the opportune time.
Yeah, exactly. So don't be surprised. This is not going away. This isn't stopping. And as far as the FBI being, the shock that Cue Ball was having about the FBI being, I think it was Cue Ball. No, who was it that called this a minute ago? Patty. About the FBI being a political arm now. Yeah, I'm sorry. It always has been. I mean, if you look back to the FBI all the way back into the 50s and 60s, it always has been. It was more on the right than the left, but it always has been been used politically. Didn't send you the articles because I didn't know whether or not. I just didn't get around to it. But did you hear that the Philippines last year? I think it was last year, it might have been 2019, with that lunatic they have that's running the Philippines right now, was saying that they're going to rescind the defense pact that the U.S. And the Philippines had been part of since the 1950s, and how it was going to make it so that we couldn't land our troops there to do like war games and training and that kind of thing. Have you seen that?
I have not. No, sir.
Okay, so they have decided maybe that's not that good of an idea. There is another reef out there, not the Spratly Islands. It's another one, which the name eludes me, where the Chinese have parked 200 fishing boats moored in there. Did you see this?
I did see the fishing boats. I mean, I was kind of confused. They made it sound like they were military or something.
They're not military. Well, okay, so what they're doing is they're doing exactly the same thing they did with the Spratly Islands and a couple of other locations. What they'll do is they'll come in mass, just like this, and put a bunch of quote unquote fishing boats there, but they're not just fishing boats. They are fishing boats. They're full of militia, full of military.
Okay.
And we know what's going on. I can assure you that our satellites are watching everything that's going on over there. But suddenly now the Philippines are going, because it's actually part of Philippine waters. And so now the Philippines are going, well, maybe we don't want to rescind that agreement any longer. Maybe we should keep you guys around. So in 2003, I think it was, a similar incident occurred on the archipelago called the Spratly Islands, And this is when I first called you and said something to you about this. So this goes back that far. You realize this has been going on for nearly 20 years, Steve. So what had happened was the Chinese, they figure out an area that they want. They go in and they take their fishing boats over there, and they park and they moor them. And then in this case, what happened was at the Spratlys, a group of fishermen came by, and they said, "Hey, you can't fish here. This is our territory. This is our territory." And up upon the decks come the militia, and they just killed all of them with machine gun fire. There's actually video out there of this occurring. I watched that video. I only saw it probably 5 or 6 years ago, and we knew that it happened at the time because the Philippines was saying that it happened at the time. But this is this wonderful country that we're buying our products from, that's doing this. I don't know what to say except for that. There's Dutton over here, who's our kind of equivalent to a defense minister, is saying, or Defense Department secretary, whatever they call, is saying that, hey, this is going to become a problem. He didn't say, well, we're going to war. He just kind of laughed it off and said, ha, 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 we're always making sure that everything is okay, and blah, blah, blah. I'm a lot closer to where this is going to go down than you guys are. And I'm telling you, I'm not, because I look over here and I see, because there's a massive amount of Chinese that live in this country. And all it would take is very, very, a couple of skirmishes, and this country would be at its knees, because not everybody understands or even likes guns. It's not that guns are illegal over here, because that's a huge misconception in the States, is that guns are illegal over here. I know a lot of people that own firearms in this country. I could if I had the money or wanted to. I don't really at this point have the money to. And there used to be national service over here that doesn't exist over here anymore. People are too busy getting drunk and living high life rather than actually caring about what's going on with the Chinese. But I think they're starting to wake up. I had a conversation with a distributor today who worked for 3M, and they're a large portion of their products are made in China now under the Protector brand, used in a subsidiary called Scott's. And they're concerned, he's concerned, that because they've already seen issues with supply when the pandemic hit 12 months ago. It's gonna get worse, people. Now, there was a discussion a minute ago, I think Pappy was saying it, about the NSA listening in on, your text messages and all. I got news for you. They're listening in on every phone call. They're listening in on this app right now, because I'm using the app now. They listen to YouTube. They don't have to have somebody sitting there with an earphone up against their ear listening. It's all done automatically. It's all done by computer. And every bit of this data is saved, like you said, yottabytes or whatever, out in Utah. Mm-hmm. I remember when they were building that building, it's black. And when they were building that building, it's just like, how appropriate is this? It's not far off of Interstate 15, south of Salt Lake City. And it's massive and it's black. And I'm thinking, wow, that is so appropriate. Everything that you say on a cell phone, everything that you do on a cell phone, I don't care what kind of cell phone it is. It's harder on an iPhone than it is on an Android type phone. But but they don't even have to listen to the phone itself. They just listen through the transmission lines, basically, or in this case, through the switches. So that tower that you're talking through, that's where they're listening to. It has nothing to do with your phone. You can't hide. If your phone is within earshot, even if it's turned off in a Samsung's case, it can still hear you. There's no way to hide. If you're saying anything on Facebook, for example, I blocked a guy one day because he said something incredibly stupid and inflammatory on Facebook. And I'm like, dude, I want nothing to do with you, because if you don't have, because I tried to tell him, look, man, don't talk like this on Facebook. They're listening. He says, oh, I don't care. So whatever, dude. Yeah, I blocked him. Everything that you say is being listened to. So to think that you're able to hide if you're talking about doing something, you're wrong. You can go out to the middle of Wyoming with no technology. You might be able to get away with talking about it. But as soon as you start trying to make plans and as soon as you start buying things, you're not going to get away with it. So that, as far as that goes. So this country does the same thing. I don't know what's going to happen in the States. I'm concerned because of the economic side to what's going on. The Chinese control basically the economy of the U.S. With the whole thing going on in Taiwan, it just doesn't look good. So the best thing for you to do is prepare the best you can. It's going to get bad if it does go down. I expect it will within a couple of years. But it's been getting more and more like this for 20 years. And the reason why they're taking over these islands is as jumping off points militarily against Taiwan. And also they refer to their airfields in the Spratlys as unsinkable aircraft carriers.
Yeah.
It's a tough thing. So people, buy American-made products that are made in America of American-made raw materials. That's hard to do. When you got to buy something, think about, do I need this enough where I have to buy something that's Chinese made? Security cameras. You know, the whole thing with security cameras. A lot of the security cameras, especially the cheapy ones, have built in so that they have access to your network, and they may actually be able to use your network against, different assets in the U.S. Your home network. If you've got a security camera, there's so much, man. Who was the fellow that you had on, the computer guy?
That was Ron.
Many years
Probably
ago.
Ron. Yeah.
Yeah. So Ron discovered something, malware in, I don't remember if it was a video card or something, like in a chip in a video card or something like that. I remember him talking about that. I'm thinking, wow, that's pretty brazen that they're doing that. And then came to realize the chips on there, it's called an EEPROM. It's a programmable read-only memory. All of those chips that have got that stuff, they can put whatever they want to on it, and there's no way that you'll ever know it.
Well, there's lots of electronic stuff coming in from China that has pre-embedded malware and whatnot already in it.
Yep, absolutely. My friend, it's a bad world that we live in right now. And with the dude that's in there at the moment, it's not better. It's not going to get better. I don't think Trump could have stopped it either.
Yeah.
Because a lot of what's going on is like what was being said about using the term deep state, but it's Thomas Jefferson. I've spoken about him a lot, and Thomas Jefferson said it really, really, really well, that sometimes a little, and he wasn't speaking about violence, okay? He wasn't talking about guns and people being killed. He said sometimes a little bit of revolution is a good thing. And what he was talking about was getting in, shaking up the government because it gets complacent. Like Madison was saying, his biggest fear was that the people in the United States would become lazy. And that's why we need a free and honest press. But we don't have that anymore, do we? There needs to be a free press. And that's where you come in. You're part of that free press. The thing is, though, is that there are, like, for example, if Apple decides they don't want you on the air, all they have to do is remove the app from the App Store. Same thing with Samsung. All they have to do is remove your Google, the Android support. Boom, you're off the air on anything. Shark Tank went by.
YouTube can block you. Facebook can block you. Parler's the good example right there. I mean, they all took Parler down.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And I was on Parler, and I was using Parler to find out what was really going on. And then suddenly, boom, I couldn't find out because Parler I couldn't use it on my phone, but I could still get onto the Parler website on my computer. So people remember that your computer, you have access to a lot of things that you don't on your phone. The Kingsman movies, where, is it the second one or was it the first one? Where it's the first one, where what's his name? I can see his face. He's got the phone company, gives phones away to everybody, free plans and all this. And what he's doing is he's taking their data and he's brainwashing them, And if you think about it, what is Google doing? Somebody tell me, how does Google make money on an Android operating system on your phone if it's free? And all these other things, Google Earth, Google Play, all these other things, a lot of those things that are free. How do they make money? It's not the ad revenue. It's the data that they get from you and then turn around and sell it to the highest bidder or sell it to the people that are like the government.
And that's exactly what Facebook has been doing. I know that I got to get to my news update here, top of the hour, but thanks so much for the call, Sylvester. Speaking of China, did you realize Henry Kissinger is still alive? That guy's 97 years old. Remember Henry Kissinger, former Secretary of State? He's the one that at one point in time was leading the effort to bring China into the world economy, to potentially spread the influence of democracy. He now warns of potential nuclear and high-tech war between the two world powers. That's us and them. For the first time in human history, humanity has the capacity to extinguish itself in a finite period of time. He was speaking last week at a forum, actually on Friday. We've developed the technology of a power that's beyond what anyone ever imagined even 70 years ago. And now, to the nuclear issue is added the high-tech issue, which is the field of artificial intelligence. In its essence, it's based on the fact that man becomes a partner with machines, and machines can develop their own judgment. Kind of like going back to The Terminator, the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. The Terminator becomes reality. The machines were making their own decisions. And now the nuclear issue's added in. So in a military conflict between two high-tech powers, This is of colossal significance, he says. After the Trump administration had pressed China on their human rights and trade abuses, the Biden administration seeks to balance their push for democracy with the threat of escalated tensions with China. That's the biggest problem for the U.S. and the whole world, for that matter. See, he explained that there's a difference between the Cold War, between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, versus the U.S. versus China, because China holds economic power. The Soviet Union had no economic capacity. They had military, technological capacity. They did not have development technological capacity like China does. China is a huge economic power in addition to being a significant military power. We've got to stand firm on U.S. principles to demand China's respect while we maintain a constant dialogue to try and find areas of cooperation. I'm not saying that diplomacy will always lead to beneficial results, though. It's a very complex issue with the U.S. and China. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I'll get our news update here and come back with more. Rolling into a Monday. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The State Department is denying reports of a prisoner swap with Iran. State Department spokesman Ned Price denied that any deal had been reached in a statement on Sunday, saying that the State Department would continue to work for the release of Americans detained in Iran. Iranian state TV announced Sunday that a deal had been reached for the release of 4 Americans in exchange for billions of dollars. And the White House says that it will begin talks with the World Trade Organization to find more ways to distribute COVID vaccines globally. White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain said Sunday that U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai will begin talks with waiving patent rules to allow more countries to produce generic versions of the shot, a major component of those discussions. Last week, the U.S. began sending more raw materials for the production of vaccine to India and authorized the release of 60 million doses of AstraZeneca vaccine from a stockpile that had built up while the company awaits an emergency use authorization from the FDA. You're listening to USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
India continues to deal with a large surge in COVID-19 cases, averaging more than 360,000 new infections per day over the last 7 days. Scientists believe that a variant of the virus first identified in India may be partially to blame for the rise in cases, but add that others, like the UK variant, have also been seen in parts of the country. Dealing with a mutating virus is something health experts knew was coming, according to Dr. Scott Gottlieb. The former head of the FDA tells CBS has faced the nation that the Indian variant of the virus is likely already in the U.S., but hasn't been able to take a hold because of vaccination efforts.
The reality is that these variants aren't just cropping up in one market and then migrating around the world. They're cropping up simultaneously in every market. You're getting what we call convergent evolution, where the same mutations that are arising in other parts of the world are also arising here spontaneously. There's probably a finite number of ways that this virus is going to try to mutate to evade our immunity, and it's testing us everywhere in the world. So the same mutations that are arising in other parts of the world are arising here as well. They just haven't gotten a foothold here, in part because we've been vaccinating our public.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. you'll sleep well, or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
4 astronauts returned to Earth early Sunday morning after spending 6 months in space. Jeremy Scott reports.
The SpaceX Dragon capsule landed 4 astronauts safely back home in the wee morning hours off the coast of Panama City, Florida. The 3 Americans and 1 Japanese flew back in the same capsule in which they launched from NASA's Kennedy Space Center back in November on a 6.5-hour journey back home.
We have visual confirmation of the Crew 1 Resilience capsule.
From Resilience. That is excellent news. We are splashed down.
They're the first U.S. crew to splash down in darkness since the Apollo 8 moonshot more than 50 years ago. It's the second astronaut flight for Elon Musk's SpaceX. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And the Census Bureau reports that there weren't enough rooms in many U.S. homes for an effective quarantine for preventing the spread of COVID-19. John Clements has the story.
Alex Rhodes of the Census Bureau reports there were 3 limits for isolation.
First is bedrooms and bathrooms, so a substantial number of multi-person homes had a number of bedrooms and bathrooms that can make isolating difficult. The second was amenities. We found a large number of households didn't have a washer and dryer or didn't have a complete kitchen, which may lead to some household members increasing exposure should they need to go out to wash their clothes or get food. And the third was rooms for working from home.
Many households had children in distance learning.
We've had about 84% or 43 million adults with children in their household have seen children's classes moving to distance learning.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, as you just heard in the news update there, it was a rare nighttime splashdown. It's like the first time since the Apollo 8 moonshot for a splashdown in the darkness. A little before 3 o'clock in the morning. How wild is that? SpaceX had practiced for a nighttime return just in case, and even recovered their most recent station cargo capsule from the Gulf of Mexico in darkness. Infrared cameras tracking the capsule as it re-entered the atmosphere. It kind of resembled a bright star streaking through the night sky. All 4 main parachutes could be seen deploying just before splashdown, which was also visible in the infrared. How about that? Nighttime splashdown. Despite the early hour, the Coast Guard was out in full force to enforce an 11-mile keep-out zone around the Dragon capsule for SpaceX's first crew return in August. Pleasure boaters were just swarming the capsule, you recall? That was a safety risk. Once out of the capsule, the astronauts planned to hop on a helicopter for that short flight to shore, then catch a plane straight to Houston, where they'll reunite with their families. How about that? Somewhere in the return journey, which was rather fast, like 6.5 hours is all it took them to get back. That was an express trip from the space station back to the Earth. Let's see. Mission Control said, for those of you on our frequent flyer program, you've earned 68 million miles on this voyage. That's a lot of frequent flyer miles, huh? 68 million. Wow. Well, good morning, Heat Wave.
Good morning, senor. So the weekend was good, I take it, huh?
Yeah, got to enjoy little Avery's first ball game. It's a little different when he's in the 7-year-olds, and it's kind of like they line all the players up, and for the top of the every player gets to hit. They don't necessarily give them just three strikes kind of thing, and then they go back and forth with each. So they each get a little bit of experience with hitting the ball and running the bases kind of thing.
Well, that's good. That's good. No mud ball then, huh?
Yeah, a little different.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, I'm going to be hooking up with Buckeye Boy here later on in the morning. He's here in Albuquerque, and I thought I was already going to be there, but dispatch decided to send us out on one final trip. And thank goodness the midnight hour came over, gave me about 2 hours extra that I didn't already have. So, it was going to be touch and go there for a little bit. I think by the time we get done with this week, we'll have run about 80 let's see here. Yeah, we'll have run pretty close to 8,000 miles. So that's hooking it in a 63-mile-an-hour truck.
Wow.
Yeah. And I tell you what, that 3-day, 72-hour thing could not have come any sooner. You go down the road and you'll get passed by these large cars that are just rooster cruising, and it don't matter if it seems like it's more owner operator than anything else, but I mean the lights will half work, and what I'm talking about is the running light will work but the brake light won't work, or it's the turn signal light won't work, or the turn signal light works but the parking light doesn't, and they just don't seem to care. It's like they just jump in and go. They don't do a full walk around. And I'm sure if they were to get stopped, they would say, well, officer, it was working when I checked it, when I did my pre-trip, which I did right here. So, yeah, I don't know if it's an effort to save money or what, but, it couldn't come any sooner. And, I don't know if you've noticed, but I know a lot of other drivers have. Pitch black night, all of a sudden you get a car behind you, and they put on their high beams. For whatever for, I don't know, but it's probably they were taught wrong in driving school. Flash a semi to let them know you're coming past them because they can't see you at night. Well, with the headlights that these cars have, I mean, you would absolutely have to be just totally blind. And if that were the case, you wouldn't be behind the seat of a semi or a car. But I mean, they flash you, and it's like, you've got the rear view mirror, side view mirror set up at an angle to look down. Well, whatever comes from down to up is going to blind the driver. So then they get scared because the driver starts wiggling a little bit to try to get his vision back in a sense of direction. And they just don't understand. And I mean, and some of the people in these large cars do the same thing. If they can do 80 and there's a guy doing 70 passing me, they'll flash them like they're on the German Autobahn. People like that, I just got one thing to say. If you're in that damn big of a hurry, you should have left the day before. I don't know why that they think that the load has absolutely just got to get there. No load is worth a ticket or an injury or death. So, if you are one of them drivers and you're listening and you realize that you're one that does that, take a second to think about it, what you're doing. I was talking to the Ranger and Chevy guy Sunday morning, and I had him on a three-way conversation. And I tell you what, your show has really helped me branch out to reach a lot of people in your audience. My recent acquisition, so to speak, is Blind Man. Chevy guy was talking to me Sunday, and he gave me Blind Man's number, and I guess Blind Man wanted to talk to me. So I called, and well, I tell you what, he was happier than all get out that I finally called him. And he just wanted to know what New Mexico was like, what Albuquerque was like, what it was like where I live, because I guess he may be looking at relocating because it's just politically it's just not good in his neck of the woods where he's at, which is a shame. But he's out there, and for all those guys that have Blind Man's number and you don't call, he says, "Come on, guys, call me." He don't want to wake anybody up, so that's the reason why he doesn't call anyone out, during the night. So I said, you know what, you can call me anytime. I'll answer the phone. So he's a hell of a nice guy, and I am finding out just how ignorant I am being behind the wheel on a lot of subjects. Joel Morrow, with him coming on and talking the technical aspects, it almost is like I do have a finger up my nose and a thumb up my ass when it comes to driving a truck, because I don't worry about that stuff. I'm a company driver. That's the company's issue. But if I ever wanted to get involved in driving a semi or owning a business like that, that is stuff I would like, I need to know. So, and then, other subjects of interest with the Ranger and Chevy guy, they were talking about the Chernobyl incident and a few other things, and they're wondering why I was so quiet. And I said, well, hell, I'm here taking notes. This is pretty good. I said, the only thing I know about Chernobyl is what we've seen on the Godzilla movie. The kid throwing the electrodes in the ground and hitting a battery, and then all the worms coming up that were like, foot long and 6 inches round. That's all I knew about Chernobyl. I didn't know about this other stuff. So, I'm blessed to be part of a group of people that, we have a sense of humor. We're also intelligent in one way or another about certain things. And, it's just good to be able to reach out and touch somebody and tell them from your experience about different things. And, driving a truck, if you stop learning, you might as well go ahead and get out of the seat, because you're a danger to yourself and others out on the highway. You're constantly learning, and if you stop learning, that's when you need to hang it up.
Yep.
So I'm gonna be at the house here during the 3 days that they got going on. I'll probably be back out Thursday night, Friday morning, somewhere around there. But if anybody happens to be in the neck of the woods where I'm at here in New Mexico, don't hesitate to holler. I'll be more than happy to answer the phone any time of the night or meet you out at the truck stop or wherever. And, hey, did you see the money Big Ed won?
Yeah, you hit like what, a 2,800 on a slot machine or something?
Yeah, and I thought he was going to bet on the horses, and I was like, well, which horse did you bet on? And then I found out later, well, he didn't make the betting on the horses, but yeah, I was like, that's a lot of damn copper right there that you got to count one at a time. Good thing they printed out on slips, isn't it?
Yep, right.
That's what, 28,000 pennies? Yeah, Jiminy Christmas, that's a lot of pennies. So I'm glad for his fortunes, and just imagine if he put that money on that horse that was a 12-to-1 odd. Man, he could have made a killing.
No doubt about it.
Hindsight's always 20.
Yeah.
Hindsight's always 20/20. Well, senor, I'm going to be at the house here in about 4 hours. I'm going to crack myself open a cold Diet Dr. Pepper, maybe watch a little TV, and I'll be sure to call the wife. We had someone creeping around our back door and last week, and the thing is, I've got 2 6-foot barriers, privacy fences around my backyard. So somebody was really they were up to no good. And so now she sleeps with my revolver right next to her. So I need to make sure I call her before she hears a noise and starts shooting through the walls where the noise is. It'll be a hell of a homecoming to that. So, senor, I'll try to give you a call during the week, let y'all know what's going on, and if I don't, I'll for sure get you Friday morning.
All right. We'll look forward to it.
Good night.
Yep. Friday morning. Speaking of which, Chris Gabrelchik will be joining us this Friday morning. And my understanding is, yes, he will be here live in the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. So we'll get to, break in our microphone number 2, which hasn't been used that much. Yeah, well, Big Ed. Taking pictures of his cash. So he starts off with $100. Out of $100, I have $92 left. Now, this is after he left the casino. Of course, a $2,800 jackpot off of $8 ain't bad. Gonna eat me some prime rib and see how much more I can rake in with the $92 I have left. People are packing in here. Come on, Daddy, I'm waiting. I didn't get to bet on the horses, but that's okay. $2,800 off a penny machine ain't bad. Having a good time. And no, I'm financially embarrassed. No loans. Come on, Ed. There's the Carolina Monkey Gouger.
I won't talk about no damn horse racing. That little old $1,000 horse put a beating on a bunch of them damn big money horses, didn't he?
Didn't he? Yes.
Bought that horse for $1,000. And old Bob, I knew better than to bet against Bobby Baffert. Usually I bet with it, but, everybody was so sure that old Hot Rod Charlie and all of them were going to heat it up. Bubba, he come out. Did you watch that race?
I did, yes, absolutely.
Come out that gate, hit that rail, and right up. He never checked up. Just right on around that track like he running on a rail. I said, looky here. I know there's a bunch of bookies going to be hiding tonight because there could be some mad-ass people at them. But, hey, it was a good race. I was glad to see old Bobby Baffert back up in the winner's circle. But did you see the NASCAR race today?
Now that I did not see the race.
Ooh, you missed a good race, Steve. I'm telling you, man, them boys. I think the best part about it, I liked about 25 laps to go. Old Denny Hamlin and old Kyle Larson just outclassed the field today. About 4 laps to go, and then the car went away. I don't know what happened when he threw Denny up there in the wall, but every time Denny Hamlin hit that wall, it does my heart good. Wad that Joppa crapper up on that Sack Creek wall. Yeah, buddy. Old Denny was trying to block him, but he put up with it for about 4 laps. They went out there and turned forward. Old Kyle's, I've had enough of this. Hi-ya! Punted him right up in that Sack Creek wall, buddy. That watered that Joppa crapper up. I loved it. But anyway, Kyle Busch won the race. He come up at the last there and won the race. He got him a birthday wish. So he was birthday boy. But it was a good race, man. It's pretty interesting. They had some real good racing going on there.
Yeah.
But Steve, I got to give this crew of people the dumbass award. I'm going up through Oklahoma the other afternoon up there on 270. It's tight along there in some spots. This damn big jacked up pickup pulling this car trailer, one of them enclosed car trailers got 3 axles under it. We're just trying to push me up the highway, but I'm running 70. That's all I'm going to do. We finally got around me, and man, they were pulling that thing way too fast in that wind. That old thing was just swaying back and forth. And I said, well, they be wrecked up here directly. They got about a mile ahead of me up there, and I seen something fly off the left side of that trailer and hit a car. Bam! Fire got to flying, you know. And I said, well, you don't think that idiot knows he lost his tire? And I mean, that old thing, it's just dragging, throwing sparks. They ain't let up. I reckon they got to pulling hard or something. I run them back down and got one of them patch spots. I went around them blowing the horn, trying to tell them they lost the damn tire. I couldn't get their attention. They were drinking that Rocky Mountain Kool-Aid going to the racetrack. And they all were flipping me off. I said, well, the hell with them. I'll go on. And then I got to thinking, I said, you know, that thing might have hurt them people in that car. I better stop. So I got the wide spot. I got about a mile ahead of them and pulled over up there, waved them down, and they pulled over, and about 6 of them got out that pickup, bud, and they looked like the Jolly Green Giant. And the bigger cousin said, what the hell's your problem? I said, well, you walked right by it. You didn't see it. What? I said, you lost your tire, man, back there about 18 miles. Walked back up there, and he said, damn, if I didn't, they tore up my trailer, too. I said, yeah, if you've been drug on the damn ground for 18 miles, you can tear up something.
Yeah, no doubt.
Them people, I said, them people back there in that car, they probably want to talk to you. He said, what car? I said, that car, when that tire come off, it slammed in the side of a car, went down the side of it, peeled that car like a beer can. Oh, man, don't tell me that. I said, yeah. He said, well, I'm just fixing to call your safety company and tell them that you're driving like an idiot. I said, well, the reason I was trying to get you stopped before you kill somebody. He said, well, we appreciate it, man. I reckon we'll have to go back down there. So I wrote his license tag number down, called the state troopers up there at Woodward and told them what had happened. They said, well, somebody done reported it. I said, well, I got his license plate number off the back of that trailer. I said, here they are. He said, well, we need any more, we'll call you. I said, all right. But, I mean, Steve, I couldn't believe that them people drugged that trailer 18 miles on that axle.
Wow.
And didn't even know it was gone. So they must have had some high-octane skull buster. They must have been drinking skull buster beer to make them be acting like that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, surely he had to feel something didn't feel right.
Well, I mean, as fast as I run them back down, they should have known that, you know, that thing was dragging. But Steve, I'm gonna tell you something. I've been running that everyday fuel treatment that Chris has been talking about. And I've noticed a difference in my fuel mileage. I've noticed a difference in the way that it took me one treatment, because I've been putting other stuff in when it, you know, back when I come back to work, it running kind of sluggish. It took about one treatment and everything cleared up, went to running right. And I've been watching some of his, you know, when Kyle and them's up there talking about the everyday fuel treatment, and I said, well, I'm going to try some of it. So I did Tractor Supply last time I was home, and I got me 2 bottles of it. And I mix it just like they say mix it. And I noticed my fuel mileage has been creeping up some.
There you go.
So, you know, my old saying is, hot shot secrets everything, you can't go wrong. But, yeah, I tell you, it seemed like it loosened, kind of just helped them injectors a little bit or something. I don't know. It went to running a lot better. But that's about it for the night. I'm gonna get this load off, and I ain't gonna be out there running around. And I ain't never run for one of them DOT road checks. But Steve, I got a feeling this year they're gonna be out. They're gonna be out for bear. And I said, I'm just going home, and I ain't got to mess with them. But, you know, every year they say that, and then the next week when they really zap you, so I'll be waiting on mine next week. But Everything's pretty good on the truck. I ain't got nothing wrong with it, so I ain't really scared of them. They can come home, but I'm going to go knock them fish in the head. But I tell you what, I wish you'd forecast some rain for South Carolina.
Well, I'll see what I can order up. We might be able to get you that here later this week. Been kind of dry there, huh? All right, thank you much there, Monkey Gouger. Good to hear from you. Philip, if you can hang in there, got you coming up out of the break, and we return after a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
North Korea has issued a warning to the U.S. over President Biden's recent address to Congress, in which he called the North Korean nuclear program a serious threat to American security. A spokesman for the regime's foreign ministry made the threat Sunday in a statement, accusing the president of continuing a hostile stance against North Korea and that the U.S. would soon find itself in a grave situation. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan responded to the latest round of threats from the DPRK, telling ABC's This Week that the Biden administration's policy is not aimed at hostility, but at taking practical steps to denuclearize the Korean peninsula.
Our policy towards North Korea is not aimed at hostility. It's aimed at solutions. It's aimed at ultimately achieving the complete denuclearization of the Korean peninsula. And we're prepared to engage in diplomacy towards that ultimate objective, but work on practical measures that can help us make progress along the way towards that goal.
This is USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio. Did you know this station, this network, is looking for their next rock star broadcaster? That's right, we are. And it could be you. It could be you interviewing the guests, talking to the newsmakers right in the middle of everything. Have you ever dreamed of being a rock star show host? Now could be your chance. Together with this station, we'll help you with everything you need. The studios, the equipment, your own producer, a co-host if you'd like, and so much more. Broadcasting is changing. There's never been a need for fresh voices and unique opinions like there is right now. You can do this. Our professional team will guide you every step of the way. Sound effects, show content, building your social network media, and everything you need to be the next rockstar broadcaster. Get all the details. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today to get started with your own show. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Don't wait. You could be the next voice for America. Email bill@rockstar.today.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Okay, right back at it here. Looks like Volvo Trucks North America announcing they got a tentative agreement on a new 5-year contract with the UAW after nearly 3,000 workers at the Dublin, Virginia plant had gone out on strike. All right, let's see. They officially entered the strike at 7 a.m. on April the 30th after the tentative agreement was reached. So it looks like they go back to work today. Yeah, May the 3rd. Production at the plant resumes today. Back on the job. I hope you're happy with the deal you got, right? Hey, good morning, Philip.
Hey, Steve. How you doing, bud?
Doing well. How was your weekend?
Oh, weekend was great. I watched them guys come back yesterday. That was amazing. I want to congratulate the resilient crew on their landing. They did a good job. Put it right back down in the basket.
Now, when they're burning through
off Panama City,
when they're burning through the atmosphere, can you see that? Can you see it coming through like that?
Yeah, they can. Well, you talk about when they have the plasma. That's pretty far up. I don't think you can really see that, but you can see it coming back because of the heat off of it.
Oh yeah.
Because that thing is like really, really hot. I mean, you think about it, when they're going through plasma, that's what, between 2,000 and 8,000 degrees or something like that. It's a crazy number. But they landed her down in there. They got them guys out, Steve, within 25 minutes.
Wow.
So 25 minutes after hitting the water, they were on the deck in 25 minutes. That's how long it took them to get it in, and they were out of it in 30 minutes. So 30 minutes after hitting the water, they were out of the capsule. The commander come out and did a little happy dance, and then after that, they didn't show them bringing the other 3 out. I kind of feeling they were still trying to get their sea legs together, and they had to take them out on a gurney, which usually they take them out on a gurney anyway. But yeah, they didn't show the other 3 coming out in the footage. All they showed was just the commander. He hopped right out of there, did a little happy dance, and walked off like it was nothing. So it's interesting. You see the replay of it. It's pretty cool. The SpaceX replay was neat. So and today the Starship is supposed to try her again. We're going to try SN15 again today. By the app, they said that it's going to be around 11 o'clock in the morning, which I don't believe that. They don't know when it's going to go up. So probably anywhere between 9 and 3 o'clock is what I'm figuring.
Okay.
Hey, Steve, have you ever heard of the Flight Aware app, Steve? Have you ever heard of that app?
I think I've watched some launches on that, yeah.
Okay, well, this app that I'm talking about, have you ever had, Steve, where you're just like sitting outside grilling or something, you see an airplane fly over you, and you're like, I wonder where that airplane's going. There is an app called Flight Aware that tracks all the airplane flights in the United States and the world.
Oh, so that's not
And if there's a flight plan that...
Maybe I'm thinking of
No, that's not a NASA thing.
spaceflight.com or something.
No, there's a launch app if you want to see the launches and stuff. But this app tracks all the aircraft that are flying around. So it's called Flight Aware. So like, say, for instance, you're at the airport and you're waiting on somebody's flight to come in. If you have this Flight Aware app, you can actually see when the flight's almost ready to land. You can track flights like that. You can check anything. You see an airplane flying over you. Say, for instance, you're at the house and a helicopter comes over your house, like the sheriff's helicopter. You can actually pull up the Flight Aware app and see if whose helicopter it is.
Wow.
It'll give you the number of the helicopter and everything. It's a pretty amazing little app. It does some crazy stuff. Sylvester earlier was talking about data. anything with these cell phones, they can track you any way they want with them. These computers, just to, not to freak anybody out, but they learn your patterns. So like everybody has a pattern in the way they work on their daily basis. So if you have your cell phone with you and you do certain things at certain times every day, they learn that. So, and that data is, like he said, is sellable. And he also said another thing that was interesting to me, and it is a lot of America today. There is so many people that are complacent. It is a problem in America. We're too complacent. I do believe in what he was talking about, that complacency. So, as far as Big Ed goes, hey, bud, congratulations. I'm glad you had a good time. You've had a really rough year, bud. You really deserve it. So I'm glad Big Ed had a good time and got away from things and had a little fun. I'm glad to see that. So, and anyone that gets a hold of Heat Wave, he is correct. If you call, he'll answer. So I appreciate Heat Wave and I appreciate his friendship. So I appreciate you, Steve, for letting me meet Heat Wave and people like Heat Wave, because I tell you what, sometimes it gets hard going through life when you ain't got nobody to talk to. So I appreciate it. And that's pretty much all I got to say, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you for checking in this morning. You do the same. I did not. I have to go back and I have to watch the archives of the return. What they say, like 3 o'clock in the morning it came back? All right. All right. It's 844-844-3388. Would that be the Big Moose?
I'm out here, buddy. What was that? What did he say? Rooster cruising, but all my lights work. Yeah. Out here, diff-locking and peacocking. You know, I'm one of them large car guys with all them lights, but my lights all work.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm probably one of them fellas he was talking about, because I get one of them 63-mile-an-hour wonders out here with a 65-mile-an-hour wonder trying to pass him, and I'm blowing the horn, flashing lights, trying to get him the hell out of my way. And it's not that I think the load needs to be there anytime. It's just I'm hurting so damn bad, I just can't wait for the next time I can actually get out and stand up. But yeah, that's about all. I spent all weekend mowing grass. I had to get all that grass mowed because they said it's supposed to rain here for about 3 or 4 days in a row. I figured if I didn't get all that grass mowed, I'd have to hire somebody to come in there and bale it for me when it dried out.
Right.
But yeah, I had a little snafu over the weekend. One of my little buddies, they swiped the card and bought some fuel, and apparently when they hung the fuel pump up, the fuel pump didn't cut off, so I got a bill for about 800 gallons of diesel fuel, and I'm thinking, how in the world could I have bought 800 gallons of diesel fuel for one truck that only hold 250 gallons if it was bone dry, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm in the process of getting that figured out. I actually had the card company called me and said, hey, you know, this is suspicious activity. I said, you ain't kidding, this suspicious activity. I said, and I know he ain't the kind of guy that would have run my card and then sold some fuel, because he know that I'd pick him up by the ankles and spit these you-know-what for it. But apparently I called down there at the truck stop. It's one we use all the time, and they said, yeah, this is the second time that has happened, so they're going to do something to write it off, and the card company's already suspended the charges and stuff, so I don't know what that's going to entail. I'm sure I'll get all the details on that later today. At least I hope so, because I need to get that cleared up.
That's a pretty odd one there. I mean, I wonder if there's some sort of they have these scams where they put these, card readers on and whatnot to steal your card information. I wonder if they had one of those kind of deals on there, a skimmer or something.
Well, I don't know for sure, but I tell you what, the story I got was because they have to turn that pump on at the desk. It's a small fuel stop that we use. They turn that pump on at the desk, and apparently the on and off switch for the pump is not down out on the outside. It's up on the inside of the pump. So when you rehang the nozzle, it shuts the pump off with a switch way up inside the machine, you know?
Yeah.
The nozzle itself reaches up in there and turns the pump off. Well, apparently he hung it up, but he didn't hang it up violent enough or something, and it didn't turn the pump off. So the next guy rolled in, and pump was still running, so he just helped himself, I guess is what happened.
It's like he hit the
anyway,
it's like hitting the jackpot for him. It's like he was like Big Ed, went to the casino and hit it.
Yeah, I tell you what, that pot liquor, me and him going to have us a talk, because he said on there no loans, but surely there's got to be an exception to that no loan business. You know? What I'm thinking, you know, or maybe we can get him to invest, do a little investing, you know. Maybe I can get him to do a little, about a $2,800 investment to Betty the Bush Hog, intergender, international heavyweight champion of the world, and I get Horsey the Brain Feathers to solicit a little money from Ed now that he's got some liquid capital, you know.
Well, speaking of your gender wrestling rates, you know what your name showed up on my screen as this morning?
What's that?
Big boobs on the loose.
I tell you what, that automated producer you got there, buddy, it doesn't translate Appalachian American too well, you know.
I'm telling you, big boobs on the loose.
Oh Lord! Oh, well, you know what? We might have to get the owner of that software and have to get a class action lawsuit with the NAACP, you know, because we don't stand for that stuff. People not understanding how we talk, you know. Are you familiar with our organization, the NAACP?
I can't say that I am.
That's the National Association for the Advancement of Appalachian Caucasian Persons.
Ah, okay.
Well, you know, you got to have one of them big high-end titles, you know.
Right.
Don't just say hillbillies, you know. You got to have, that's not the way the world works. You got to have one of them highfalutin titles that means absolutely nothing, you know.
Right.
Matter of fact, I got a kid that went to school. He's got this big old highfalutin title, and basically what it means, he's a professional, what the hell they used to call him? Not a bookkeeper, but a accountant, you know. That it's a big old long name, about 4 foot long, basically means accountant.
Well, Big Moose, good to hear from you.
But
Thanks
anyway,
for checking in. Yeah, I hope they get that all worked out.
Yeah, tell them guys to pass my number along to some of them guys, man. I tell you what, because after you go off there at 5 o'clock, I'm sitting around here slapping myself in the face, trying to stay awake till about noontime. So anybody out there wants to jab at me, just send them my number.
All right, Big Moose. Thank you much.
Keep it twixt the spotted and the solid. Catch you later.
All righty. Have a great day. Be safe out there. It's about 10 before the hour. And there's the old Doc Holliday. You heard somebody talking about gambling winnings and you had to call, right?
Well, apparently you've heard from that scoundrel, Big Ed. I see Steve, Big Ed called me the other day before he went to a casino and wanted my advice on where to go and what to play. And I gave him my advice, Steve.
Yeah.
And Big Ed did not cut. Big Ed, that dirty, rotten scoundrel, was going to cut me in if he won. And he won. And I said, well, where's my cut, Big Ed? Oh, I'm keeping all the money, Doc. I'm going to spend it. That dirty, rotten scoundrel got my advice on which casino to go to and what to play, and I gave Big Ed my knowledgeable advice on where to go, and he goes in there and hits it big, and what does Big Ed do? Oh, he just writes Doc Holliday off. Well, I tell you what, Steve, that dirty, rotten scoundrel. I bet when he called in, he didn't say nothing about Doc told him to go to the Buffalo Casino, did he? I bet he didn't mention nothing about it, did he?
Don't believe he mentioned that. Did you actually tell him what kind of machines to play? You told him to play the penny machines?
Well, Steve, I got to be honest now, I didn't actually tell him which one to play. But I told him to go in that casino and play, and he would win that night.
Huh.
And he won. And he was going to cut me in. He was going to cut his old buddy Doc in if he hit it big. And Big Ed hits it big, and what does that dirty, rotten, low-down scoundrel do? He forgets all about Doc. He was even going to invest in my World Series of Poker tournament, be one of my sponsors. What does he do? Oh, no, Doc, I can't be no sponsor. I got to keep all this money. Well, I tell you what, Steve, when I win first place in the World Series of Poker, the $10 million, guess who I'm not going to cut in?
Oh, I bet that's one Big Ed.
Big Ed. But I will cut my buddy Steve Sommers in if I win the $10 million at the World Series.
Huh.
I will cut my buddy Steve Sommers in on it. So, but Big Ed, Steve, we ain't giving him nothing. Nothing. He's not getting one dime. But Steve, as you know, I could be the world's smartest man. I may not be. But I heard that guy talking about, you looking at airplanes and wondered where they're going,
Mm-hmm.
Well, Steve, I've studied this. I've studied this about these airplanes, looking at them, wondering where they're going. And Steve, after many months of studying and trying to figure it out, Steve, I finally figured out where they're going. They're going to the airport.
Is that right?
They're going to the airport. Only I could have figured that out, Steve.
You may very well be the smartest man in the world, Doc.
I may be. You have a good night and watch out for that scoundrel Big Ed.
All right. I've been warned, right? Now looking at 7 before the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. It's the question that's been asked on more than one occasion. CBD products, right? As more and more CBD products come on the market, a growing number of truck drivers are looking into whether using them could put their driver's license at risk. Over the past few years, proverbial explosion of CBD products promising to reduce anxiety, improve your sleep, reduce everyday aches and pains. You've heard all those promises. It was last year when the Department of Transportation did issue guidance about CBD use for safety-sensitive employees in the transportation industry, whether you're a pilot, a train engineer, or a truck driver. They remind workers it's never acceptable for safety-sensitive employees who are subject to drug testing regulations to consume marijuana. Well, we know that. Workers are also warned, use caution if you decide to consume CBD products. They could lead to a positive drug test result. Exercise caution. They outline 3 major points about the use of CBD by safety-sensitive workers. Now, the Department of Transportation requires testing for marijuana, not CBD. The labeling of many CBD products, though, may be misleading because the products could contain higher levels of THC than the label states. The Food and Drug Administration does not currently certify the levels of THC in these CBD products, and there is no federal oversight to ensure that the labels are actually correct. So the caution is consumers beware purchasing and using any CBD products. It is currently illegal to market CBD by adding it to a food or labeling it as a dietary supplement. Also, the FDA has issued several warning letters to companies because their products actually contained more CBD than was indicated on the product labels. All right, CBD is not a legitimate medical explanation for a laboratory-confirmed marijuana positive result. If you try to tell them, I don't use marijuana, I use CBD. So therefore, medical review officers will verify a drug test confirmed at the appropriate cutoffs as a positive test, even if you say, hey, I only use CBD. And by the way, the CBD laws actually vary from state to state. So I think the skipper of the Spirit of the American Trucker, Marty Ellis, said he's been asked about that several times as of late. Kind of like one of the talking points, the buzz out there on the road talking to drivers. Hello there, Chevy Guy.
Yeah, like Moose said, after your show goes off, we're a lot of us out here stuck for 5 more hours with nothing to listen to. It makes it rough. Congratulations, Ed. Big Ed, now, I'm telling you, the fact that on your post that not only are you a winner, the fact is you got up and walked out with your winnings. That makes you a better winner. A lot of guys would have turned around and tried to throw it back in, invest it back in, and walked out with nothing. So that was cool. We're talking all the stickers on the windshield that you've been inspected. I got one in the 90s in Tennessee. They put that sticker on my windshield. Well, I get over to Maryland, and they pulled me over and around, and they said, I'm going to see if you've earned that sticker. I said, well, I can show you my inspection information from Tennessee. Said, I don't care. I want to show it. So ever since then, buddy, they go to, I said, whatever you do not put a sticker on my windshield. If you guys can't respect each other, then I don't need that. I said, you want to inspect me, inspect me. I don't want nothing of that stuff to do with that stuff. And, oh, shoot, I even forgot what I called for in the first place. What I put down there. It's doggone that day. I'm getting old, I reckon. Everybody calling in, and you're holding on hold, man. There's just so much more coming in. And I'd like to sit in a 3-way conversation with Heat Wave on his little wiggler and chicken hauling Big Moose. I listen to them two go at each other. That would be so cool. But no, it's been a wonderful night. Enjoyed the show, and like Heat Wave said, yeah, it's when you go off the air, we still got somebody to talk to, and it's just absolutely a blast. And I still can't remember what I called about. So there you go.
Well, the screen says Chevy Guy NRA.
There you go, NRA, the guy from Australia. Thank God for him. Well, first off, write it down. I want you to ask if they still run those mini moke cars. Some things were so cool when I was in the Seychelles Islands. But the reason why we're over here thinking that guns are illegal is because the NRA, an organization that I support and I like, have put out NRA recruitment, NRA, and they show guns in Australia being collected and being destroyed. And they're the ones that have preached that in Australia, in different places, that the guns were illegal. My problem there is the NRA. Are they using a lie to sell their product? Mm-hmm. Which is they're too valuable to do that to us. They're too valuable. They have the power. They don't need to lie. Their cause is just, and if they're doing that to us, and this man from Australia saying it's a misconception. That misconception did not come from the Democrats. That came from the NRA. If somebody's out there that's involved in the NRA up at the head, they need to call this show and explain themselves, because it truly is. If you want to get people to sign up, you want bad enough you had you had corruption in the upper echelons, but that's something I guess we all understand that you can get greedy. But man, if you were trying to sell your product to us using a lie, somebody needs to come up and tell the truth on that. And other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. Oh yeah, one other thing. I know Heatwave will understand this. You know, it's a good thing in the TV series where Jeannie, you know, when Tony Nelson, United States Air Force on detachment to NASA, ends up stranded in the beginning. He finds that bottle, he rubs that bottle, and Jeannie comes out of that bottle. Well, he frees her and goes on. She sneaks into his luggage, and it goes on with him. Now, see, the difference is she hooked up with Air Force. If she'd have hooked up with a sailor, the three wishes of being gone, and she'd be inside the bottle holding the lid shut, saying, no more, no more. 10-4, over and out. We're going to sit back and copy the mail. How about
the mail. That's right. Copy the mail. Thank you much, Chevy guy. All right, there we go. Top of the hour. Final hour just ahead. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The State Department is denying reports of a prisoner swap with Iran. State Department spokesman Ned Price denied that any deal had been reached in a statement on Sunday, saying that the State Department would continue to work for the release of Americans detained in Iran. Iranian state TV announced Sunday that a deal had been reached for the release of 4 Americans in exchange for billions of dollars. And the White House says that it will begin talks with the World Trade Organization to find more ways to distribute COVID vaccines globally. White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain said Sunday that U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai will begin talks with waiving patent rules to allow more countries to produce generic versions of the shot, a major component of those discussions. Last week, the U.S. began sending more raw materials for the production of vaccine to India and authorized the release of 60 million doses of AstraZeneca vaccine from a stockpile that had built up, while the company awaits an emergency use authorization from the FDA. You're listening to USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
India continues to deal with a large surge in COVID-19 cases, averaging more than 360,000 new infections per day over the last 7 days. Scientists believe that a variant of the virus first identified in India may be partially to blame for the rise in cases, but add that others, like the UK variant, have also been seen in parts of the country. Dealing with a mutating virus is something health experts knew was coming, according to Dr. Scott Gottlieb. The former head of the FDA tells CBS's Face the Nation that the Indian variant of the virus is likely already in the U.S., but hasn't been able to take a hold because of vaccination efforts.
The reality is that these variants aren't just cropping up in one market and then migrating around the world. They're cropping up simultaneously in every market. You're getting what we call convergent evolution, where the same mutations that are arising in other parts of the world are also arising here spontaneously. There's probably a finite number of ways that this virus is going to try to mutate to evade our immunity, and it's testing us everywhere in the world. So the same mutations that are arising in other parts of the world are arising here as well. They just haven't gotten a foothold here, in part because we've been vaccinating our public.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
4 astronauts returned to Earth early Sunday morning after spending 6 months in space. Jeremy Scott reports.
The SpaceX Dragon capsule landed 4 astronauts safely back home in the wee morning hours off the coast of Panama City, Florida. The 3 Americans and 1 Japanese flew back in the same capsule in which they launched from NASA's Kennedy Space Center back in November on a 6.5-hour journey back home.
We have visual confirmation of the Crew 1 Resilience capsule.
From Resilience. That is excellent news. We are splashed down.
They're the first U.S. crew to splash down in darkness since the Apollo 8 moonshot more than 50 years ago. It's the second astronaut flight for Elon Musk's SpaceX. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And the Census Bureau reports that there weren't enough rooms in many U.S. homes for an effective quarantine for preventing the spread of COVID-19. John Clemens has the story.
Alex Rhodes of the Census Bureau reports there were 3 limits for isolation.
First is bedrooms and bathrooms, so a substantial number of multi-person homes had a number of bedrooms and bathrooms that can make isolating difficult. The second was amenities. We found a large number of households didn't have a washer and dryer or didn't have a complete kitchen, which may lead to some household members increasing exposure should they need to go out to wash their clothes or get food. And the third was rooms for working from home.
Many households had children in distance learning.
We've had about 84% or 43 million adults with children in their household have seen children's classes moving to distance learning.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Okay, what do you say? Final hour here on a Monday. Well, I don't think Mitt Romney was anticipating that. He was not receiving a whole lot of love. With more than 2,100 Republican delegates who were packed into Maverick Center on Saturday. It was the state's convention, the Republican State Convention. He was soundly booed by many in the audience. Aren't you embarrassed, he says, trying to deflect the chorus of catcalls as he took the stage. I'm a man who says what he means. You know, I'm not a fan of our last president's character issues. Delegates trying to actually shout him down. Accusations, traitor, communist, all kind of things being said. It got so, it got so out of control that the party chairman actually stepped up and had Romney step aside for a moment and scolded the delegates. He said, show respect. And I'm thinking, well, I thought respect. I was always taught you have to earn respect. Yeah, respect Romney. Yeah, Romney says, you can boo all you like. I've been a Republican all my life. My dad was the governor of Michigan. I was the Republican nominee for president in 2012. What the hell's that supposed? Doesn't matter. You ever heard of Rhino? You ever heard of a Rhino, Romney? Republican in name only. He wasn't the only recipient of boos from the crowd. Apparently, Governor Spencer Cox also caught a measure of disapproval. He says, I know some of you hate me for some of the decisions that I've made. Yeah, delegates upset with COVID-19 restrictions. But I want to point out that some of you haven't been paying attention. Yeah, trying to tout the rapidly improving economy following the COVID downturn, said Utah's one of 2 states to see net job growth during the pandemic. And he said, we didn't go as far as some of the other states did when it comes to restrictions. We banned government vaccine passports, a bill that passed during this year's Utah legislature. But the bill only blocked the state government from requiring vaccines. Private businesses can still require vaccines for their customers. But on it goes. All right. Senator Mike Lee actually got a standing ovation as he took the podium. Hand on his heart, he cheered delegates in the attendance for taking action. Hey, there you go. Mitt Romney booed off the stage nearly. And back to your calls here. Mike, what's happening this morning?
Morning, Steve. I just wanted to tell you about a DA award from happened last week on Interstate 80 out there west of Lincoln, about York, Nebraska. Why they spotted a speeding car, which that happens every day, I realize, but they started chasing the car. Must have chased it about 50 miles. They finally put the spikes out. When they got the car stopped, a 66-year-old woman got out. They had her clock running 120 mile an hour down the interstate. Usually grandma don't run 120 mile an hour, you know.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
I found, but crazy as hell. I don't know how they get the spike strips put out on the interstate without getting somebody else involved. But that's really all I had, Steve. So just thought I'd pass it along. So
well, thanks for sharing with us this morning, Mike. You got it. Yeah, you do the same. Have a great week.
Yeah.
If we don't talk again. All righty. That frees up another line. It's 844-844-3388. Over the weekend, Warren Buffett, talking about investors or day traders. Yeah, he likened the millions of inexperienced day traders who entered the stock market in the past year. He said they're gamblers, and said some of this commission-free brokerage stuff like Robinhood Financial is actually promoting a casino-like atmosphere. Yeah, Robinhood has attracted, maybe set out to attract a large number of people who are just gambling on short-term price movements in stocks like Apple, for instance. Yeah, there's nothing illegal to it. There's nothing immoral. But I don't think you should build a society around people doing this. Now, his longtime business partner, Charlie Munger, was a bit more harsh. He said, quote, "It's just god-awful that something like that would draw investment from civilized man and decent citizens. It's deeply wrong. We don't want to make our money selling things that are bad for people." Then he slammed Bitcoin in his remarks. Of course, I hate the Bitcoin success, he says. It's during a question and answer session at Berkshire's annual shareholder meeting on Saturday. He said, "I do not welcome a current currency that's so useful to kidnappers and extortionists and so forth. Nor do I like just shuffling out of your extra billions and billions of dollars to somebody who just invented a new financial product out of thin air. I think I should say modestly that the whole damn development is disgusting and contrary to the interest of civilization." Now, Warren Buffett, he avoided the initial question on Bitcoin. He responded to Munger's answer. He says, I'm all right. Well, I'm all right on that one. But he said, while the odds of profiting from day trading stocks and derivatives are better than playing the state lottery, many of these new investors would have better results buying and holding shares of good companies. It's this whole gambling impulse that so many have all over the planet. And every once in a while, it gets an enormous shove. It creates its own reality for a while, and nobody tells you when the clock's going to strike midnight. And it all turns to pumpkins and mice. All right. A lot of people apparently, he said these free trading platforms are encouraging millennials, the younger generation, to view trading actually as a game of amusement. Okay. Well, let's get back to your calls. What's happening with old Knucklebuster here? Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Damn, is it Monday already?
Yes, it is.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, old Grandma, she was probably running 120 because she had one of them left-handed cigarettes she'd been puffing on, right?
All right.
Anything's possible. Speaking of CBD there, shoot, Mama Knucklebuster bought me some soap. It was Olivina, beer and ginger, great smelling soap. But guess what? It had CBD in it. I've got 11 bars of it sitting in the closet waiting for me to retire, right? She said I smell a lot better with that soap, a lot better with that soap and I did with that number 2 diesel I'll usually walk in with on the weekends there, right? Met Boo Boo Romney. Imagine that. You know, I got a suggestion. Somebody kick his ass up in between his ears. But, hell, somebody done beat us to it, didn't they? Well, anyway, I read the other day, Steve, the Queen, what's her name, Elizabeth?
Yeah.
She awarded a business award to a sex toy company over there in England for having most percentage of sales, overseas sales. I guess that's what it was there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but she had a big smile on her face when she announced that award there, Steve. I wonder if she bought some toys from them or something. I don't know. But anyway, old Prince Philip, he said his biggest complaint about the Queen was that she was never off the telephone and always running her mouth. Hell, that's every woman there. So as far as I know, they're right. Always. Well, I better shut up. Don't answer that, Steve. You're gonna get in trouble, just like me. But anyway, Road Check America. Get your ducks in a row, dot your I's, cross your T's. Hell, I got my makeup on. I'm going to get out here to Dallas and get it off and find me something else to carry me back to Memphis, Tennessee. Y'all have a great day, Steve. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, good to have you with us here. Thanks for checking in, old Knucklebuster. Gusty winds and the continued dry weather causing wildfires to flare up in portions of California, including one blaze in San Diego County that exploded in size Saturday afternoon. This fire is being dubbed the Southern Fire. Flared up in the community of Shelter Valley, California. Saturday afternoon, it was spreading at a critical rate shortly after it began. According to CAL FIRE, it went from 40 acres to 800 acres in about 1 hour's time. As high winds made their way through the region, as of Sunday afternoon, the fire had burned over 5,000 acres, 25% contained. Now, they had a wind advisory in effect till about 11 o'clock this past evening, winds gusting to 55 miles per hour. But the rapid growth prompted the evacuation of around 500 people At the Butterfield Ranch campground, 3 structures reportedly destroyed there. Cause of this fire is still under investigation, but initial reports are that a man working on a metal fence post may have triggered sparks that ignited the dry vegetation. Amazing just how easy these fires can start out there. All right, the red flag warnings are in effect until Tuesday in parts of the state. Of course, 97% of California is in a drought right now. Highs forecast to climb into the 90s from Sacramento to Fresno for the early days of May here. Downtown L.A. into the middle 80s by midweek this week, when middle 70s would be more common this time of year. The triple-digit heat is expected to return to the deserts there out west. There may be an opportunity for a storm to bring a little moisture to Northern California toward the end of the week. It's not going to be a big rainmaker for the region, though. Further east across the southwest, fire dangers are also remained elevated, especially as we head into the work week here. So use extreme caution with any source that could lead to fire ignition. Parking cars over brush, using outdoor power equipment, outdoor grills that could spark flames. Now, obviously, speaking of how dry it is, they tell us that once again they're going to have to be, I guess they're going to truck millions of young salmon there in California that have been raised in the hatcheries. Because the Pacific Ocean, they truck it from the agricultural region to the Pacific Ocean because the river conditions show that the waterways the fish use to travel downstream will be historically low and warm due to the drought conditions. Last week, they announced a massive trucking operation. This is to ensure the highest level of survival for the young salmon on their hazardous journey to the Pacific Ocean. Trucking young salmon to downstream release sites has proven to be one of the best ways to increase survival to the ocean during the dry conditions. All right, this is not the first time they've had to do this. More than 16.8 million young salmon from 4 Central Valley hatcheries are going to be trucked to coastal sites around the San Pablo, San Francisco, Half Moon, and Monterey Bays. That means it'll take about 146 truckloads from the hatcheries to the Pacific Ocean. And it looks like federal officials will do the same from one hatchery. All right, back to your calls here. Lines available on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Robert said, I missed who the caller was that mentioned FlightAware. That was Philip down in Florida. He said, I'm an aircraft dispatcher who still uses FlightAware in order to see routes from previous flights. But when it comes to identifying flights, I use Flight Trader 24, since with the app you can actually point your phone at the aircraft and it'll show you the information on the flight. That's pretty wild. I mean, I'm familiar with the Star Tracker software and things where you can point your camera on your phone up at the heavens and it'll point out the stars and the constellations, or if it's a planet. That's pretty wild. All right, let's get back to your calls here on a Monday morning. Horse Feathers, hey there.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Did Mitt Romney not get the memo that when you become elected a senator or a House of Representative member and you go off to Washington that you're supposed to listen to constituents.
Yeah, that's the word. You're supposed to represent. Yep.
You're supposed to vote the way the constituents and those constituents are what they're the voters. Maybe if you don't vote the way they want, maybe the next election you might not get. No, that never happens because everybody just votes for the name they know. So throw that one right out the window. We'll just scrap that. We'll just waste it completely. 30 seconds of time on your show. Anyways, so when I call in, I try to give you a little bit of entertainment there. I don't know if it comes through the right way or not, but you're about my age, a couple years older than that, and I don't know if you grew up in an area where they had this movie on and was on a lot of times at about midnight there, and mostly on the weekends at the movie houses. Do you remember a movie called The Rocky Horror Picture Show?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think I ever watched the whole thing. I've come across it, scanning through the channels or whatever, but I was never a Rocky Horror Picture Show fan.
You never went to the movie houses and took a loaf of bread that was all toasted up, put back in the bread bag, and a bag of rice and squirt gun and cigarette lighter and all that, and did the audience participation part of the Rocky Horror Picture Show?
No, can't say that I did.
Oh, that's a whole lifetime experience there if you've done something like that. But anyways, what was the guy's name? Is it Tim Curry? Is it that was the lead in that? Played Frankenfurter there. I'm thinking if we could get his outfit or one design like that for the Big Moose, and he had a theme song too. So I'm thinking, for this wrestling deal there, if we could get Big Moose dressed up like Frankenfurter there from Rocky Horror Picture Show, and see if we can get a little theme music going there, and I'm thinking we might have the costume design coming along here. And as far as getting some money there out of Big Ed, if you remember when we did the cruise there, Big Ed was supposed to meet me when we got off the boat there, and I had my brass knuckles all shined up. I might have to get them polished back up there, get my brass knuckles back out, and get some good mothers or something polishing them up, and because he called me lip dragger. Remember that old lip dragger
I do.
thing there that we never got resolved? So I'm thinking we got to get a little shakedown on Big Ed there, and we're gonna cough some up. But I don't know. I'm thinking if I'm Doc Holliday, I think he better be getting in touch with Dean Michaels there pretty quick, because I did hear some rumor that when Big Ed cashed out there, that he used Doc Holliday's name for the taxes, so that Big Ed wouldn't have any tax burden on that winnings, and that was what he was kind of giving back to Doc Holliday, was that little bit of, that was his gift to him from his winnings, was using his name there for collecting the winning.
Right.
So if I'm Doc Holliday, you might want to be checking in there, because he might have some unclaimed, unpaid for taxes or something at the IRS, because it's supposed to be a real big hot shot year this year for the IRS. They're going after people that haven't filed. Did you hear anything about that? They got, I forget whether it was $8 or $80 billion put aside to hire new tax collectors over the next 10 years.
Yep.
To go after the non-filers. And they're only supposed to go after the big people that aren't paying a lot, but to make back that kind of money, do you think they're just going to go after the big fish, or do you think they're going to go after the small fish in the little pools that are real easy picking and get money back that way? I'm
thinking if you owe the IRS, you better be contacting Dean Michaels ASAP, but before because they're going to be doing a lot more of the, I guess, seizing your bank accounts and all that kind of stuff, putting liens on your home.
Yep. And just remember that 10-year deal, that only starts after you file your taxes. It doesn't matter that it happened 10 years ago. If you didn't file 10 years ago, that 10-year clock doesn't start until you get your taxes filed. It doesn't just go away after 10 years all the time.
That is correct.
So, but anyways, I don't know. I had a few other things for you, and I don't. As Chevy guy says as you get going along there, it's hard to remember. Oh, yeah, no, I know one more thing. Did I hear on your news bit there that Iran has released 4 more U.S. citizens for an unspecified amount of billions of dollars? Or is that the previous deal?
I've been hearing something about supposedly a prisoner swap of some sort, but I'm not sure exactly what the deal is.
Yeah, they said I heard something about Iran and 4 prisoners and billions of dollars. That was an unspecified amount. So I think we're going to have a couple more pallets of cash and jewels dropped out there in the desert there for one vice president. Just now president that's following the previous president that he was vice president's way of doing it, right? Hey, now there's something you don't see every day. I'm out here in front of a beer distributor place here, just went by down the road. They got a vehicle that looks like an ambulance type vehicle. It's got that Ford E350, the 1-ton van type deal cab. And then but instead of on the back having the ambulance box, they got it set up as a big 6-pack of Miller beer. It's a refrigerated box, but it looks like a 6-pack the box looks like a 6-pack, and it's all Miller High Life.
Oh boy.
It's a pretty cool looking truck. I don't know what that'll do for you in the morning if you started drinking those. But if you need there, hey, speaking of the morning and you're getting ready here, another few minutes, you're ready to go to news anyways. If you need somebody to come out there and fill in sometime, you could have the Horse Feather Spill-In show out there, for weekends or holidays or, vacations or maybe Chris want to run a show there. Run another show through the morning after you get off, start have another host come in there and just keep going on the rest of the day. We'll just have the Hot Shot Secret Day all day long. But anyways, hey, with all that nonsense, we'll let you go, get some news, and find some other intelligent callers.
All right. You got plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. In regards to the prisoner swap deal, apparently Iranian state television is saying that they've got a deal, but the State Department here in the U.S. says no, there is no deal. No prisoner swap deal. Iranian television was saying if you'll release $7 billion in frozen Iranian oil funds that are under U.S. sanctions in other countries, that they would release the 4 Italians in exchange for 4 Italians. And, okay, so the U.S. government denied any exchange was in the works. Let's see, the state TV, quoting an unnamed Iranian official, also said British Iranian national blah, blah, blah would be released once Britain had paid off a debt on military equipment that was owed to Tehran. A British official played down that report. Yes, it is time for a news break. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
At least 3 people are dead after a boat capsized Sunday off the coast of San Diego. Officials say the vessel hit a reef offshore and broke apart in bad weather. Rescuers say up to 30 people were aboard the boat and nearly 24 were hospitalized. Jeff Stevenson of U.S. Customs and Border Protection says they believe the boat was being used in human trafficking.
Every indication from our perspective is that this was a smuggling vessel used to smuggle migrants into the United States legally. We haven't confirmed the nationality of the people involved, but our agents are with many of them at the hospital. And the man who we believe was the operator, agents are with them, and the suspected smuggler, but the investigation is still unfolding.
And the State Department is denying reports of a prisoner swap with Iran. Iranian state TV announced Sunday that a deal had been reached for the release of 4 Americans in exchange for billions of dollars. This is USA Radio News.
Our U.S. Constitution is amazing. It's full of what's called negative rights, designed to protect us from the corrupt powers of a dictatorship.
Like our right to worship our own God, not some official state religion.
Our right to prevent the government from seizing our property without paying fair market value for it.
Or our right to be tried by a jury of our peers, people like us, not by some star tribunal.
And that's why America has become the richest, most just society in the world.
Other countries force so-called positive rights onto their citizens. These enable one group to take from another group their free speech, money, and choice by using government force. Socialists love wielding this power over people.
Sometimes we take our freedoms for granted, but we can lose our Bill of Rights and our Constitution and become like Venezuela or North Korea, failed, brutal socialist regimes.
We need your help to spread the good news about our amazing U.S. Constitution. Help us take back America. Go to ouramericanrights.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, looks like we've got another meteor shower coming our way this week. What do you see? Shooting stars will grace the night sky. And this is the one that has its origins can be traced back to one of the most famous comets in recent history, the Eta Aquarids, peaking on Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. That is the first of three big astronomical events here in the month of May. This is the second meteor shower, and of course, in less than 3 weeks. Nice opportunity for sky watchers, right on the heels of the Lyrid shower that peaked back on Earth Day. It's Halley's Comet, the comet responsible for the Eta Aquarids, none other than Halley's Comet. Pays a visit to the inner solar system about once every 75 years. Of course, puts on a show in the night sky, leaves behind a trail of debris. Typically very small, not much bigger than a grain of sand. But every year in early May, we pass through part of that field of debris left behind from the previous orbits around the sun, setting off the Eta Aquarid meteor shower. All right, let's see. Debris from Halley's Comet is also responsible for the Orionids meteor shower. That's the one that peaks every October. Although typically not as strong as the Eta Aquarids meteor shower. All right, let's see. How many per hour? All right, not a bad show. Between 40 and 60 per hour. Maybe counted, that's areas south of the equator. Here in the northern hemisphere, I don't snub the event, but usually only producing maybe 10 to 30 per hour just before dawn. Okay. Best time will be after 2 a.m. local time as long as Mother Nature cooperates. Of course, we're going to have a lot of cloud cover for much of the country. The best weather is expected across the southwest, but you'll have to get away from the city lights. Much of the rest of the U.S. and Canada not going to be as fortunate. We've got a couple of far-reaching storm systems, a lot of cloud cover over a large area of the country this week. All right. Knucklebuster sent me the link there. He mentioned the Queen, and he's not kidding. A sex toy company in the UK honored by Queen Elizabeth with one of the most prestigious business awards in the country. A company called Love Honey, the biggest online adult retailer, receiving the Queen's Award for Enterprise last week. Specifically, the company, which was founded in 2002, given the International Trade Award and was recognized for their outstanding continuous growth in overseas sales over the last 6 years. According to the government publication, Love Honey's overseas sales have grown 365% since 2015, and the percentage of sales exported went from 27% to 45%. The company attributes some of their global growth to earning the official license to create 50 Shades of Grey products. Through that partnership, they have several lines, including a collection celebrating the book's 10th anniversary. Well, there you go. Love Honey. 2.2 million customers in markets including the U.S., France, Australia, Germany, Spain, Canada, and New Zealand. Well, there you go. And speaking of Knucklebuster, he forgot something. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back again, Mr. Steve Sommers. That's what I tell Mama Knucklebuster. I love you too, honey. But anyway, is Oliver North working for Doofus Magoo now? What was that scandal back there in the Iran-Contra?
That was it, the Iran-Contra deal, yes.
Yeah, they denied that. They denied all of it back then, too. So anyway, and didn't Doofus Magoo, here's the thing I was calling about. Didn't he say cars were going to be all electric by 2035?
Yes. That's the plan.
Guess what? There won't be no more diesel then if they're not making gasoline for cars, because diesel is basically a byproduct of gasoline, which you make gasoline there. So, well, all the trucks just going to stop rolling in. I don't know. That's something to ponder. Hey, I'll be out of a job in 2035. Well, I hope like hell I'm retired before then. So, all right, that's all of mine today, Steve. Have a great day, brother.
You got it. Thank you very much, Knucklebuster. Hey, take two. Let's see here. So, did you catch what LeBron James said? Apparently says, it's impossible. I don't think I'll ever get back to 100% in my career. From his ankle sprain, his high ankle sprain. Oh, you poor dear. Right? Yeah, David said, cry me a river, dude. You're already a multi-millionaire. I'll never be back to 100%. And I could care less. All right, it's 844-844-3388. What else we have in the mix here as we begin heading down the home stretch? Back to Rudy Giuliani. The FBI raid of Giuliani, according to, again, Alan Dershowitz, once again, violated the spirit and the letter of the Constitution because it permitted prosecutors to read privileged information without permission. This was just a misuse of the search and seizure power, he says. Initially, it was turned down. Now it was approved, both by a judge and by the Attorney General of the United States. So it wasn't lawless action, but I believe they acted inconsistently with both the spirit and letter of the Constitution, and there should be remedies for this. It just should not be done this way. Now, he talked earlier about it should have been done by subpoena. Yeah, to conduct a search warrant is to imply that Rudy Giuliani and the other lawyers who were subject to the warrant would destroy evidence. Now, Giuliani knew they were after the cell phones and the computers for months and months and months. He didn't destroy anything. So what's the basis for the search warrant rather than the subpoena? The Fourth Amendment demands a subpoena in these situations, not a search warrant. What they did in this case was unconstitutional. And then you go reading the privileged information is damaging enough to Giuliani or any of his clients because of tainting prosecutors who tend to privately share information with each other. What the government does is they seize it all. Then they give it to some prosecutors. They call them the taint team. Those prosecutors read all the privileged information and they decide what to turn over to the prosecution team. The prosecutors then say, well, all right, this is privileged, so we won't use that in trial. But the government has already read it. That's illegal. The Fourth Amendment does not protect you only against criminal prosecution. It protects your privacy. So in situations like this, they should always use a subpoena, not a search warrant. So Dershowitz acknowledged that he's advised Giuliani's lawyers in this case pro bono. I'm consulting with Rudy's lawyers. They asked me for my advice on this, and pro bono, I've given them general advice, so as I would to Democrats who called me and asked me for constitutional violations. Yeah, Alan says he is all about the Constitution. Someone just last week asked me when's the last time you heard the Democrats talking about being constitutional? All right, who has the rudest drivers in the country? I should have asked this question right out of the box, so some of our callers could have, each caller could have told us where they thought the rudest drivers are. Insurify is an insurance comparison site that used data from more than 4 million car insurance applications to compile a list of the top 10 states with the rudest driving behavior. We're talking things like failure to yield, passing when prohibited, tailgating. 8 of the 10 states in the rankings this year maintained their position within the list of states with the rudest drivers from last year. Now, the state with the number 1 spot for the second year in a row is Virginia. The national average for instances of rude driving is 25.9 per 1,000 drivers, with 43.26 infractions out of 1,000. Virginia was 41% higher than the national average. In comparison, the most polite state was Kentucky, with 10 rude instances per 1,000 drivers. All right, among the 8 of the top 10 states with the rudest drivers, the most common rude violation, failure to stop at a stop sign. All right, number 1, Virginia, rude drivers. Delaware, number 2, 41.25 per 1,000 drivers. The most common citation, failure to stop at a red light. Idaho at number 3, just failure to stop at a stop sign. Georgia at number 4, failure to stop at a stop sign. Wyoming, the same. Ohio is number 6. So we got Ohio and Kentucky in the... Now, Kentucky was the least rude, wasn't it? So Ohio's in the top 10. Now they're just across the river. Failure to stop at a stop sign, 34% higher than the national average. Wisconsin was number 7. Failure to stop at a stop sign. Nebraska was number 8, followed by Iowa and Alaska at number 10. Awful lot of people just ignore the stop light or the stop sign. I think a lot of that may be people that when they see the yellow come on, yellow means floor it, right? Yellow means put the hammer down, get through the light before it turns red. But a lot of times that light was solid red before they went flying through. Now, this truck driver should probably get a DA of the Week nominee. Police say a truck driver is charged following an intersection crash caught on traffic cameras. Police were called Tuesday morning in Duluth, Georgia, by a motorist who said he was hit after sitting at a light. Yeah, the car driver told police when the light turned green, The truck behind him pushed his car forward into the intersection and into another car. Both car drivers told police the truck driver made a U-turn and left the scene, according to the report from WSB TV there. There was a witness that came forward, told police he had followed the truck to a restaurant and spoke with the truck driver, Henry Kane, about the crash. Kane told the witness he was unaware that he had caused a crash. Police saw damage to Kane's truck consistent with the motorist's story. Kane was placed under arrest, charged with hit and run, reckless driving, and following too closely. Well, I mean, the light turned green, and he said, it's time to go. And the cars at the green light were still sitting there, so I'll just push them on through. All right, one final story under the industry headlines this morning. Kansas Highway Patrol said a truck driver has been hospitalized following an accident in a construction zone on Friday morning. About 11 a.m., a construction zone on K4 between Meridian and Valley Falls, Kansas. Troopers said the truck driver raised his bed to dump the contents of the trailer and struck a power line. The truck caught fire soon after the power line strike. Apparently, the truck driver was reportedly able to escape the truck fire, but ultimately was electrocuted. Authorities confirming the truck driver was transported to the hospital. Severity of his injuries unknown at this point in time. So, wow. They had photographs via CDL Life of the charred remains of the truck. So I guess moral of the story is if you're operating the likes of a dump truck or a lift truck, make sure you're not under power lines when you raise the bed. All righty, we start the work week off here. Final check of our travelers' weather. Again, going to be a lot of rain, flooding downpours that we saw in Texas have begun to wrap up. But we've got a slow-moving storm system that's going to crawl northeastward, bringing heavy rain, along with the threat for severe weather into the central Gulf Coast states and spreading on up into the northeast. Yeah, a lot of rain. Going to be our forecast has us raining off and on through much of the day today in southwest Ohio. Potentially severe weather from the other system that's further out to the west, pushing through parts of Kansas and Oklahoma, down into Texas this morning. Some of that moisture is going to be coming our way later in the day. So everybody be safe out there. Speaking of which, I think I got time to share Philip's email. Morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Monday. Of course, it's pouring down rain today. I'm going to rain today and tomorrow. I'm going to have a hayfield of a yard to mow, unfortunately, by the time it's all said and done Wednesday. Ready for road check this week. Yes, road check, May the 4th through the 6th. Be safe out there. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and do the flip back to Fort Wayne. Have a safe journey there today. Thank you so much for checking in, Truck and Phil. All right. With that, we'll wrap things up here on a Monday morning. Thank you so much for the time you spent with us. Come on back tonight at the midnight hour. We'll do it again. 5 full hours of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.